The chandeliers of Ashbourne House blazed like fallen stars, casting light that danced across silk and satin until the ballroom shimmered with the restless energy of London's finest. Candlelight caught the diamonds at Lady Pemberton's throat, glinted off the champagne flutes raised in endless toasts, and threw shadows that shifted with each turn of the waltz. The air hung thick with bergamot and rosewater, punctuated by the sharp notes of laughter that rose and fell like music itself. Alexander Sinclair, 6th Duke of Ashbourne, moved through his own domain with the casual grace of a man who had never doubted his place in the world. His dark hair caught the light as he inclined his head to the Countess of Marlborough, his smile never quite reaching his eyes. At 31, he possessed the kind of devastating handsomeness that had launched 1,000 scandals and left twice as many broken hearts scattered across drawing rooms from Mayfair to Bath. "Ashbourne, you devil!" called Lord Pemberton, raising his glass as the Duke approached the marble-topped table where his closest companions had gathered. "Your hospitality grows more legendary each season, as does your capacity for flattery, Pemberton." The Duke's voice carried the lazy confidence of inherited power, each word precisely articulated in the way of men educated at Eton and Oxford. He accepted a crystal tumbler of brandy from a hovering footman, noting with satisfaction how the servant's white gloves remained spotless despite the evening's revelries. The Duke's circle of intimates represented the cream of English nobility, men who had been raised in privilege and wore their titles like second skins. There was Marcus Blackwood, Earl of Ravenshollow, whose sharp wit could cut a man to ribbons; James Whitmore, Marquis of Thornfield, whose romantic sensibilities were a constant source of amusement; and Henry Cavendish, Duke of Westmoreland, whose sceptical nature served as counterpoint to the other's excesses. "I say, Ashbourne," Ravenshollow drawled, swirling his brandy, "this season promises to be particularly tedious. The same vapid beauties, the same desperate marmars, the same tiresome marriage mart, masquerading as social refinement." "Careful, Marcus," Thornfield warned with a smile. "Your cynicism is showing again. Better cynicism than the sentimental drivel you spout about true love and worthy wives." Ravenshollow shot back. "Though I suppose even you must admit that beauty trumps all other considerations in this gilded cage we call society." The Duke leaned against the marble mantelpiece, his gaze sweeping the ballroom where London's elite performed their eternal dance of attraction and advantage. "Beauty," he said thoughtfully, "is merely the most obvious currency in our particular economy. But I wonder, do we value it because it's rare, or because we lack the imagination to see worth in anything else?" "Philosophical tonight, are we?" Westmoreland raised an eyebrow. "I suppose next you'll tell us that breeding matters more than beauty, or that intelligence could somehow compensate for plain features." "Intelligence?" The Duke's smile turned predatory. "Now, there's a commodity in short supply among the season's offerings. Though I'd wager that with the right guidance, even the most hopeless blue-stocking could be transformed into a diamond of the first water." The conversation might have ended there, lost in the general hum of masculine banter. But Lord Pemberton chose that moment to inject his own brand of mischief. "Speaking of hopeless blue-stockings, has anyone seen Eleanor Talbot this evening? I heard she's taken up residence in your library, Ashbourne, translating some dusty tome from the Latin." A collective groan rose from the assembled gentlemen. Miss Eleanor Talbot was notorious among the ton for her scholarly pursuits and her complete indifference to fashion or flirtation. At 22, She remained resolutely unmarried, her dowry respectable, but her person utterly unremarkable in the estimation of society's arbiters. Poor creature, Thornfield murmured with genuine sympathy. I'm told she spent last season's opening ball cataloguing the botanical accuracy of the wallpaper in the ladies' retiring room. Beyond salvaging, Ravenshollow declared with finality, some women are simply born to spinsterhood, and Eleanor Talbot is their patron saint. Something in the casual dismissal sparked a familiar restlessness in the Duke's chest. He had felt it before, the need to prove himself in increasingly impossible ways, to push against the boundaries of what others deemed possible. It was the same impulse that had led him to wager his Arabian stallion on a single hand of cards, to swim the Thames in January, to seduce a bishop's daughter during Easter Sunday service. Beyond salvaging, he repeated, his voice carrying just enough challenge to silence the group. Gentlemen, I fear you underestimate the power of proper guidance. Surely you don't mean, Westmoreland began. I mean exactly what I say. The Duke straightened, his full attention now focused on the game taking shape. Give me Eleanor Talbot for the length of this season, and I'll present her as the most sought-after woman in London before the final ball. The silence that followed was pregnant with possibility and disaster in equal measure. Then Ravenshollow threw back his head and laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Now that, he said, is what I call a proper wager. The stakes were negotiated with the same care given to international treaties. If the Duke succeeded in transforming Eleanor Talbot into the season's reigning beauty, he would claim Ravenshollow's prized matched base and Westmoreland's country estate in Kent. If he failed, he would forfeit not only his own Arabian stallion, but also his family's ancient signet ring, and agree to a betrothal of his friend's choosing before the season's end. Witnessed and sealed, Thornfield declared, raising his glass as the others followed suit. To the Duke's scandalous wager, may it prove as entertaining as it is impossible. The toast was drunk with the kind of reckless enthusiasm that would fuel gossip for months to come. Even as the brandy burned down his throat, the Duke felt a flicker of something that might have been uncertainty. For just a moment, he glimpsed a pair of serious grey eyes in his memory. The gaze of a woman who had looked at him across his own ballroom 3 years ago with an expression of quiet assessment, as if she saw something in him that he couldn't see in himself. A word of caution, my friend, Thornfield said quietly, drawing the Duke aside as the others dispersed to spread news of the wager. Eleanor Talbot is no empty-headed debutante to be dazzled by your charm. She's intelligent, principled, and completely unimpressed by titles or fortune. Playing with her reputation, especially for sport, could prove more dangerous than you anticipate. The Duke waved off the concern with practiced ease. Dear James, your romantic sensibilities are showing again. This is merely a matter of aesthetics and social choreography. I've transformed far more challenging subjects. But even as he spoke, the Duke found his gaze drawn toward the library wing of the house, where warm light spilled from beneath closed doors. He had built his reputation on the willing surrender of beautiful women, on the breathless capitulation of those who yearned to be conquered. Eleanor Talbot, with her books and her Latin, and her complete indifference to his legendary appeal, represented something altogether different. A puzzle he had never bothered to solve. As the evening wound toward its glittering conclusion, the Duke moved through his role as host with practiced perfection. He partnered the wallflowers, charmed the dowagers, and accepted the congratulations of those who had already heard whispers of his latest scandalous gamble. The ballroom began to empty as carriages were called and wraps retrieved, but the air still hummed with speculation. "I do hope you know what you're doing, Ashbourne," Lady Pemberton murmured as she curtsied her farewell. "Eleanor Talbot is the goddaughter of my dearest friend, and I'd hate to see her heart broken for the sake of masculine pride." "Madame," the Duke replied with a bow that was courtesy itself, "I assure you that Miss Talbot's heart is perfectly safe. It's my own that may be in danger." He meant it as a jest, but the words lingered in the air like a prophecy as the last guest departed, and Ashbourne House settled into the pre-dawn quiet that followed even the most successful entertainments. The Duke stood alone in his ballroom, surrounded by the detritus of privilege, empty glasses, wilted flowers, the lingering scent of expensive perfume. In the sudden stillness, he could hear the faint scratch of a pen from the direction of the library. Eleanor Talbot, no doubt, still labouring over her translations while the rest of London slept off their champagne and gossip. The sound should have amused him. Confirmation of everything the tongue whispered about her scholarly obsessions and social failings. Instead, he found himself walking toward the library, drawn by an impulse he couldn't name. Through the partially open door, he glimpsed a figure bent over a leather-bound volume. Her dark hair escaped from its pins to frame a face made luminous by concentration. She held a pen with the same intensity other women reserve for their fans. And something in the curve of her neck, the delicate architecture of her profile, made him pause. He thought she would be his next conquest, a challenge to be met and overcome like so many others. He had no idea she would become his greatest undoing. Chapter 2. The Bluestocking. The morning sun filtered through the diamond-paned windows of Talbot House's conservatory, casting prisms of light across the leather-bound volumes that surrounded Eleanor Talbot like faithful companions. She sat curled in the window seat, her morning gown of practical brown wool forgotten in favour of the treatise spread across her lap. The pages rustled softly as she turned them, her pen scratching notes in the margins with the careful precision of someone who understood that knowledge was earned through patience, not inherited through privilege. "Heliotropium peruvianum," she murmured, comparing the botanical illustration to the living specimen that bloomed in the clay pot beside her elbow. The heliotrope's purple flowers seemed to lean toward the light with the same eager intensity she brought to her studies, and she sketched their formation with quick, sure strokes. Eleanor Talbot was not beautiful in the way that launched ships or inspired sonnets. Her hair was a serviceable brown, neither fashionably pale nor dramatically dark, and she wore it pulled back in a simple knot that made no concessions to the elaborate styles favoured by society ladies. Her gown was well made but practical, lacking the delicate embellishments that might have caught a gentleman's eye. Behind wire-rimmed spectacles, her grey eyes held an intelligence that society had long since learned to overlook. What the tongue failed to recognize was that Eleanor possessed the kind of understated beauty that revealed itself slowly, like a watercolor painting that grew more complex with each viewing. Her features were fine-boned and delicate, her skin clear and unmarked by the rouge and powder that adorned her fashionable contemporaries. When she smiled, which she did often in the privacy of her own thoughts, her face transformed into something luminous and unexpectedly lovely. Eleanor, dearest, surely you don't mean to spend another morning with your nose buried in those dusty old books. The gentle reproach came from her aunt, Lady Margaret Whitmore, who swept into the conservatory with the kind of purposeful energy that suggested impending social obligations. At 52, Lady Margaret had made peace with spinsterhood after a brief tragic marriage in her youth. But she harboured determined hopes for her niece's romantic prospects. These dusty old books contain the life's work of Carolus Linnaeus, Eleanor replied, without looking up from her sketching. I hardly think the father of modern taxonomy would appreciate being dismissed so cavalierly. My dear girl, no gentleman is going to be impressed by your knowledge of plant classification. You're 22, with a perfectly respectable dowry and breeding that traces back to the Conquest. You should be presiding over a household of your own, not cataloguing the reproductive habits of flowers. Eleanor's pen paused in its movement, and she glanced up at her aunt with a mixture of affection and exasperation. Perhaps the difficulty lies in finding a gentleman who values reproductive habits of any kind, botanical or otherwise. Eleanor. Lady Margaret's scandalized tone might have carried more weight, if not for the obvious struggle she was having to suppress her laughter. Such talk is hardly appropriate for a lady of your station. Forgive me, aunt. I forgot that ladies of my station are expected to remain ignorant of the natural world, lest such knowledge interfere with our primary function as decorative objects. The sharpness in Eleanor's voice surprised them both. She had grown accustomed to society's dismissal of her intellectual pursuits, had even learned to find a certain satisfaction in confounding expectations. But sometimes the weight of constantly having to justify her existence as something more than a potential wife and mother pressed against her chest like a stone. Lady Margaret settled into the chair opposite her niece, her expression softening with understanding. You know I don't share society's narrow views of women's capabilities. Your father, God rest his soul, was right to encourage your education. But I also know that you're not as content with solitude as you pretend to be. Eleanor's hand stilled on her pen, and for a moment she allowed herself to examine the truth of her aunt's words. She was content with her books, her studies, her quiet life in the margins of society's grand performance. But contentment, she had learned, was not the same as happiness, and there were moments, in the deep watches of the night, or when she glimpsed couples walking together in the park, when she felt the sharp edge of loneliness. I simply refused to pretend to be less than I am for the sake of attracting a husband, Eleanor said quietly. If that means I remain unmarried, so be it. What if you didn't have to pretend? Lady Margaret asked. What if there were a man who could appreciate both your mind and your heart? Eleanor's laugh held no bitterness, only the weary wisdom of someone who had learned to live with disappointment. Then he would be a creature as mythical as a unicorn in that tapestry behind you. Before Lady Margaret could respond, the conservatory door burst open to admit Eleanor's cousin, Miss Penelope Whitmore, whose flushed cheeks and bright eyes suggested she had just returned from some exciting expedition into the heart of London society. "Oh, Eleanor, you'll never guess what I've heard," Penelope exclaimed, settling herself on the window seat with a rustle of silk skirts. At 19, she possessed all the conventional beauty that Eleanor lacked. Golden hair, blue eyes, and a figure that had caused more than one gentleman to walk into a lamppost. But she also possessed a generous heart and a genuine affection for her scholarly cousin. "Let me venture a guess," Eleanor said dryly. Lady Pemberton's dog has learned to play whist. The Prince Regent has taken up needlepoint. Or someone has discovered that the Duke of Ashbourne actually possesses a soul. The Duke of Ashbourne! Penelope seized upon the name with obvious delight. Actually, it's about him. Well, about him and, oh, this is too delicious, about you. Eleanor's pen slipped, leaving an unfortunate blot across her carefully rendered heliotrope. I beg your pardon. There's been a wager, Eleanor. The most scandalous wager you can imagine. The Duke has bet that he can transform you into the season's greatest beauty. The conservatory fell silent, except for the gentle hum of bees among the flowers and the distant sound of carriages on the street beyond. Eleanor felt the blood drain from her face, then return in a rush of heat that made her spectacles fog. I see, she said, her voice carefully controlled. And what, precisely, are the terms of this entertainment? Penelope's enthusiasm dimmed as she registered the dangerous quiet in her cousin's tone. Well, I'm not entirely certain of the details, but apparently, if he succeeds in making you the most sought-after woman in London, he wins some rather substantial prizes. And if he fails... He fails, Eleanor finished, closing her book with deliberate care. The sound echoed in the conservatory like a gunshot. How refreshing to learn that I have become a source of amusement for the ton. I had begun to worry that my scholarly pursuits were too dull to merit their attention. Eleanor, I'm certain he meant no harm. No harm. Eleanor rose from her window seat, her movements sharp with controlled fury. He has wagered on my person as if I were a racehorse to be trained for the track. He has made my name a matter of public speculation and entertainment. What harm could there possibly be in that? Lady Margaret and Penelope exchanged glances, recognizing the signs of Eleanor's temper. Unlike her cousin's dramatic displays of emotion, Eleanor's anger was a cold, precise thing that could cut deeper than any raised voice. You don't understand, Eleanor continued, pacing to the window where she could see the bustling street beyond. This is not simply about winning a wager. This is about a man who believes that any woman can be shaped to fit society's narrow definition of desirability, given sufficient effort and expertise. He sees me as raw material to be worked upon, not as a person with thoughts and feelings and inherent worth. But surely if he succeeds, you'll benefit as well, Penelope said tentatively. You'll have suitors, invitations, the attention you deserve. The attention I deserve? Eleanor turned from the window, her grey eyes blazing behind her spectacles. I deserve attention for my mind, my accomplishments, my character, not because some duke has decided to play Pygmalion with my appearance. She moved to her writing desk, her fingers drumming against the polished wood as she considered her options. The Duke of Ashbourne clearly believed her to be a simple country mouse, overawed by his attention and grateful for his efforts on her behalf. He had no idea that she possessed both the intelligence to see through his game and the pride to resent being made its object. What will you do? Lady Margaret asked, recognizing the calculating expression that had settled over her niece's features. Eleanor pulled out a sheet of her finest writing paper and selected a pen with deliberate care. I will do what any rational person would do when faced with such presumption. I will disabuse his grace of his misconceptions. Eleanor, you're not going to challenge him publicly, are you? Penelope's voice rose with alarm. The scandal would be enormous. My dear cousin, Eleanor said, her voice carrying a note of anticipation that would have given the Duke pause had he been there to hear it. I have spent my entire life being underestimated by men who believe that spectacles and scholarly pursuits render a woman harmless. His Grace is about to learn that intelligence, properly applied, can be the most devastating weapon of all. She dipped her pen in the inkwell and began to write, her script flowing across the paper with elegant precision. As she worked, a small smile played at the corners of her mouth. Not the gentle expression of a woman resigned to spinsterhood, but the sharp, dangerous smile of a strategist who had just been presented with the perfect opportunity to demonstrate her capabilities. The afternoon sun slanted lower through the conservatory windows, casting long shadows across the floor where Eleanor's books lay scattered like fallen soldiers. She finished her letter, sealed it with her father's signet ring, and handed it to Penelope, with instructions for its delivery. "Let him try," Eleanor murmured, closing her botanical treatise with a quiet snap. "I rather enjoy disappointing expectations." Chapter 3. The First Encounter. The gardens of Pemberton House bloomed with more than roses that afternoon. London's elite had gathered for Lady Pemberton's annual garden party, their voices mingling with the drone of bees and the distant strains of a string quartet. Beneath striped pavilions, ladies in pastel muslins fanned themselves while gentlemen in perfectly tailored coats debated the merits of the latest racing season. The air shimmered with heat and gossip in equal measure, creating the perfect atmosphere for society's favourite blood sport: the systematic destruction of reputations. Eleanor Talbot stood at the periphery of it all, her dove-grey walking dress marking her as clearly as a signpost, announcing her intent to remain unnoticed. She had come only because Lady Pemberton was her godmother's dearest friend, and even then she had positioned herself strategically near the library windows where she might observe the proceedings without being drawn into them. "Miss Talbot, how delightful to see you." Lady Pemberton's voice carried the particular brightness reserved for guests one had invited out of duty rather than desire. "I was just telling the Countess of Marlborough about your fascinating botanical studies." Eleanor inclined her head politely, noting how the Countess's eyes glazed over at the mention of her scholarly pursuits. "Your ladyship is too kind. I trust you've been enjoying the fine weather for your gathering." "Indeed. Though I confess I had hoped to see you join the younger ladies in their games. Lady Catherine's daughter is just your age, and she's been telling the most amusing stories about her season." The invitation hung in the air like a challenge. Eleanor glanced toward the gaggle of young women clustered around a marble fountain, their laughter bright and artificial as wind chimes. They were discussing the latest scandals with the kind of breathless intensity that suggested their own lives held little genuine excitement. "I'm quite content to admire your beautiful gardens, my lady," Eleanor replied. "The arrangement of your herbaceous borders is particularly impressive." Lady Pemberton's smile faltered slightly. "Yes, well, I'll leave you to enjoy them." As her hostess moved away, Eleanor allowed herself a small smile of satisfaction. She had learned long ago that the quickest way to end unwanted social obligations was to remind people of her unfashionable interests. It was a defense mechanism that had served her well, even if it occasionally left her feeling more isolated than she cared to admit. "The wallflower retreats to her natural habitat," a voice observed from behind her. "How perfectly predictable." Eleanor turned to find the Duke of Ashbourne approaching, his confident stride eating up the distance between them. He had clearly just come from the gaming tables set up in the conservatory, his dark hair slightly dishevelled, and his cravat loosened just enough to suggest careless elegance. Even she, with her determined indifference to masculine beauty, could not deny that he was devastatingly handsome. "Your Grace," she said, offering the slightest possible curtsy. "I wasn't aware that botanizing had become grounds for social commentary." "Everything becomes grounds for social commentary when one moves in the circles I frequent," he replied, his smile designed to charm and disarm. "Though I must say, I'm surprised to find you here at all. I had heard you preferred the company of books to that of people." "Books," Eleanor said coolly, "rarely disappoint me with their conversation." The Duke's laugh was rich and practiced, the sound of a man who had never encountered a woman he couldn't eventually win over. "Ah, but surely you must find human nature at least as fascinating as your botanical specimens. We're far more complex organisms, after all." "Complex, perhaps, but significantly less honest in our fundamental nature." Something flickered in the Duke's eyes. Surprise, perhaps, or the first stirring of genuine interest. He had clearly expected her to be dazzled by his attention, to stammer and blush, like the debutantes who usually surrounded him. Instead, she met his gaze with the same calm assessment she might have directed at a particularly interesting plant specimen. "You speak as if you've made a study of human behavior," he said, moving closer. "Tell me, Miss Talbot, what conclusions have you drawn about my particular species?" Eleanor felt the subtle shift in the conversation, the way he was testing her, probing for weaknesses. She had heard enough whispers about the Duke's wager to understand that this was no casual encounter, but rather the opening gambit in whatever game he intended to play. "I find that men of your station often mistake charm for substance," she replied, her voice pitched just loud enough to carry to the nearby guests, who had begun to take notice of their exchange. "They assume that a well-turned compliment or a practiced smile will suffice to win whatever prize they seek." "And what makes you think I seek any prize at all?" "Because men like you always do. The question is whether you're skilled enough to recognize when the game has already been lost." The Duke's smile never wavered, but Eleanor caught the tightening around his eyes, the almost imperceptible stiffening of his posture. She had drawn first blood, and they both knew it. "How delightfully direct," he said, his voice carrying just a hint of steel beneath the silk. "I find myself wondering what it would take to earn your good opinion, Miss Talbot." "That would require you to possess something worth my admiration, Your Grace." A hush fell over the nearby guests, and Eleanor realized that their verbal sparring had attracted an audience. Lady Pemberton was watching with barely concealed horror, while several of the younger ladies were whispering behind their fans. The Duke's companions had drifted closer, their expressions ranging from amusement to alarm. "Perhaps," the Duke said, his voice dropping to a more intimate register, "we might continue this fascinating discussion in a more private setting? I find myself genuinely curious about your perspective on various subjects." Eleanor studied his face, noting the way he had shifted tactics when faced with her resistance. The public charm had given way to something that might have been genuine interest, or might simply have been a more sophisticated form of manipulation. "I'm afraid my perspectives are considered quite radical by most people," she said. "I believe, for instance, that women possess the same capacity for rational thought as men, and that intelligence is not incompatible with femininity." "How revolutionary," the Duke murmured, though his eyes had sharpened with what looked like genuine attention. "And do you also believe that such intellectual gifts should be cultivated?" The question hung between them, loaded with implications that Eleanor was not prepared to explore in such a public setting. She could feel the weight of watching eyes, the held breath of society matrons, waiting to see how this unprecedented encounter would resolve itself. "I believe," she said carefully, "that any attempt to cultivate must begin with understanding the true nature of what one wishes to grow. Too many gardeners mistake weeds for flowers, and flowers for weeds." The Duke's smile became something sharper, more predatory. "A fair point, Miss Talbot. Though I've always found that the most interesting gardens are those that surprise their creators." Before Eleanor could respond, a commotion near the fountain drew their attention. Lady Catherine's daughter had somehow managed to tumble into the water while attempting to retrieve a fallen fan, and the assembled ladies were shrieking with appropriate levels of dismay. "Oh, the poor creature!" Lady Pemberton exclaimed, rushing toward the disturbance. "Someone fetch towels, and perhaps some brandy for the shock." Eleanor watched the chaos with detached interest, noting how quickly the fashionable crowd had abandoned their poses of elegant indifference. In the midst of genuine crisis, all their careful social choreography fell apart. "Shouldn't you be rushing to assist?" the Duke asked, his voice carrying a note of challenge. "I'm hardly dressed for wading," Eleanor replied, "though I suspect the young lady's pride has suffered more damage than her person." "How uncharitable of you! How honest of me!" The Duke studied her profile as she watched the rescue efforts, and Eleanor was uncomfortably aware of his scrutiny. There was something different about him when he wasn't performing for an audience. A sharper intelligence behind the practiced charm that suggested he might prove more formidable than she had initially assumed. "Tell me, Miss Talbot," he said quietly, "what do you make of society's tendency to create heroes and villains out of such trivial circumstances?" Eleanor glanced at him, surprised by the question's genuine thoughtfulness. "I think people prefer their stories simple," she said. "Heroes and villains are easier to understand than complex human beings with mixed motives." "And which am I, in your estimation?" The question caught her off guard with its directness. Eleanor found herself looking at him, really looking, for the first time. Beneath the polished surface, she glimpsed something that might have been loneliness, or perhaps merely the boredom of a man who had never been truly challenged. "I think," she said slowly, "that you're a man who has never learned the difference between being admired and being known." The Duke's composure cracked, just slightly, and Eleanor saw her words hit their mark. For a moment, his practiced mask slipped, revealing something raw and unexpectedly vulnerable. "How remarkably presumptuous," he said, his voice tight with an emotion she couldn't quite identify. "How remarkably accurate," she replied. They stood in silence, the air between them charged with possibilities neither was prepared to acknowledge. Around them, the garden party continued its elaborate social dance, but Eleanor felt as though she and the Duke existed in a bubble of tension that held them separate from the rest of the world. "I should rejoin my aunt," Eleanor said finally, recognizing the need to retreat before the encounter could escalate further. "Of course," the Duke replied, his manner once again perfectly controlled. "Though I hope we'll have occasion to continue our botanical discussions in the future. That depends entirely on whether you can distinguish between cultivation and conquest, Your Grace." Eleanor curtsied and walked away, her spine straight and her head held high. She could feel his eyes following her progress across the garden, and something in his gaze made her pulse quicken despite her determination to remain unaffected. As she rejoined her aunt near the rose arbour, Eleanor caught sight of Lord Ravenshollow approaching the Duke with an expression of a barely contained amusement. "Well, Ashbourne," she heard him say, "that was certainly illuminating." She didn't wait to hear the Duke's response, but as she accepted a glass of lemonade from a passing footman, Eleanor found herself replaying every word of their encounter. The Duke had surprised her with moments of genuine insight, but she had also seen the calculation behind his charm, the way he had tested and probed for weaknesses to exploit. That evening, as she sat in her chamber, recording the day's events in her journal, Eleanor allowed herself to acknowledge the truth she had been avoiding. The Duke of Ashbourne was not the shallow libertine she had expected, but something far more dangerous, an intelligent man who had learned to weaponize his charm, and who had clearly decided that she would be his next conquest. She set down her pen and gazed out the window at the London skyline, her reflection ghost-like in the glass. The game had begun in earnest, and she had no illusions about the stakes. But neither, she suspected, did the Duke have any true understanding of what he had set in motion. "She'll come around," the Duke murmured to himself, as he stood on his balcony that same evening, a glass of brandy forgotten in his hand. They always do. But even as he spoke the words, he found himself remembering the sharp intelligence in Eleanor's grey eyes, the way she had refused to be impressed by his legendary charm. For the first time in years, he had encountered a woman who seemed genuinely indifferent to his attentions, and the novelty of it was both infuriating and intoxicating. Miles away, Eleanor closed her journal and prepared for bed, her mind already planning her next move in the elaborate chess game they had begun. "Let's see how well you fare outside the gaming tables, Your Grace," she whispered to the darkness, her voice carrying a note of anticipation that would have given the Duke considerable pause had he been there to hear it. The battle lines had been drawn, and neither combatant had any intention of yielding the field. Chapter 4. A Proposal of Transformation. The morning fog clung to the cobblestones of Bloomsbury Square like a reluctant guest, muffling the sounds of London's awakening. Eleanor Talbot stood at the tall windows of her family's modest townhouse, watching the world emerge from its grey shroud with the same methodical attention she brought to her botanical observations. The knocker sounded just as the church bells chimed 9, and she noted with academic interest how the sharp brass rap seemed to cut through the morning's quiet like a blade through silk. "A gentleman caller, Miss Eleanor," announced their elderly butler, Higgins. His weathered face creased with the particular disapproval he reserved for unexpected visitors. "The Duke of Ashbourne, if you please." Eleanor's fingers tightened imperceptibly on the windowsill. She had expected this moment, had in fact been preparing for it since their encounter at Lady Pemberton's garden party 3 days prior. But the reality of having Alexander Sinclair in her family's modest drawing-room felt like discovering a predator in her carefully cultivated garden. "Show him in," she said, her voice steady despite the quickening of her pulse. "And please ask cook to prepare tea. His Grace will likely require refreshment after his journey to our humble neighbourhood." Higgins's eyebrows rose at the subtle barb, but he merely nodded and withdrew. Eleanor took a moment to compose herself, smoothing her simple morning gown of ivory muslin, and checking her reflection in the mirror above the mantelpiece. She looked exactly as she intended, presentable but unremarkable, a woman who had made no particular effort to impress her distinguished visitor. The Duke entered her drawing room like a force of nature contained in perfectly tailored superfine. His dark blue coat emphasized the breadth of his shoulders, while his buff-colored pantaloons and gleaming hessians spoke of a man who understood the power of understated elegance. But it was his eyes that caught Eleanor's attention. Those dark, intelligent eyes that seemed to catalogue every detail of her modest surroundings with the same precision she applied to her scientific observations. "Miss Talbot," he said, offering a bow that managed to be both respectful and subtly mocking. "How good of you to receive me." "Your Grace," Eleanor replied, curtsying with mathematical precision. "I confess myself surprised by your visit. I was under the impression that dukes only ventured into Bloomsbury when they had lost their way." His laugh was genuine, and Eleanor found herself oddly pleased that she had managed to surprise him. "How delightfully direct. I see that country air has done nothing to dull your wit." "I live in London, Your Grace. The country air you reference exists only in Hyde Park, and even there it's heavily seasoned with the exhaust of carriage horses." "Touché." The Duke settled into the chair she indicated, his movements carrying the unconscious grace of a man who had never questioned his right to occupy any space he chose. "I have come to make you a proposition, Miss Talbot." Eleanor took her own seat, folding her hands in her lap with deliberate calm. "How intriguing. I wasn't aware that I possessed anything you might want." "On the contrary, you possess something quite rare in my experience. A mind unencumbered by society's more ridiculous conventions. I find myself in need of such a perspective." "And what form would this consultation take?" The Duke leaned forward slightly, his expression becoming more serious. "I have a theory, Miss Talbot, about the nature of social success. I believe that with the proper guidance, any woman of intelligence and breeding can master the arts that transform wallflowers into diamonds." Eleanor felt a sharp stab of anger, quickly suppressed. "How fascinating. And I suppose you see me as the perfect subject for this experiment." "I see you as a woman who has been systematically undervalued by a society too shallow to recognize true worth," the Duke replied, his voice carrying a note of what might have been sincerity. "What if I told you that I could change that? I would ask what you hope to gain from such an altruistic endeavor." The Duke's smile became something more predatory. Perhaps the satisfaction of proving that intelligence and beauty need not be mutually exclusive. Perhaps the pleasure of watching society's most entrenched prejudices crumble beneath the weight of evidence. Eleanor studied his face, noting the way he had carefully avoided mentioning any personal benefit. She had heard enough whispers about his wager to understand that this was no charitable enterprise, but she was curious to see how he would present his proposal. "You speak of transformation," she said carefully. "What exactly would such a process entail?" "The arts of social conquest," the Duke replied, his voice taking on the tone of a lecturer addressing a particularly promising student. "Fashion, conversation, dance, the subtle warfare of fan and glove. I would teach you to wield your intelligence as a weapon rather than hiding it like a shameful secret." "And in return?" "In return, you would have the satisfaction of watching every person who has ever dismissed you as a bluestocking realize their mistake. You would have suitors, invitations, the ability to move through society as an equal rather than a curiosity." Eleanor rose from her chair and moved to the window, using the movement to hide her expression. The Duke's offer was both insulting and tempting in equal measure. Insulting because it suggested she needed his help to be worthy of notice. Tempting because it offered the possibility of proving that she could master society's games without sacrificing her essential self. "Tell me, Your Grace," she said, without turning around. "What would you do if I proved untrainable? I have complete confidence in your ability to exceed expectations." "That's not what I asked." A pause, during which Eleanor could almost hear the Duke recalculating his approach. "Then I would admit defeat and leave you in peace." Eleanor turned back to face him, her expression unreadable. "You would stake your reputation on my success?" "I would stake considerably more than that." The admission hung between them like a challenge. Eleanor found herself studying the Duke's face, noting the way his usual mask of casual confidence had slipped just slightly. Whatever game he was playing, the stakes were clearly higher than he had initially admitted. "I have conditions," she said finally. The Duke's eyebrows rose. "Conditions? I am not a doll to be dressed and posed for your amusement. If I agree to this experiment, I do so as an equal partner, not as a subject. I will not compromise my principles or pretend to be less intelligent than I am for the sake of social acceptance." "Of course not," the Duke said, though Eleanor caught the flicker of surprise in his eyes. "I wouldn't dream of asking you to diminish yourself. Furthermore," Eleanor continued, "I want something in return for my participation. Not social success, that's your goal, not mine, but something of genuine value." "Name it." Eleanor moved to her writing desk and withdrew a leather portfolio. "I have been working on a treatise about the medicinal properties of native British plants. I want it published, and I want it taken seriously by the scientific community. I want my work to be judged on its merits, not dismissed because it was written by a woman." The Duke accepted the portfolio and glanced through its contents, his expression growing more thoughtful with each page. "This is remarkably comprehensive. You've documented applications I've never heard of. Because you've never bothered to ask the village women who have been using these remedies for centuries," Eleanor replied tartly. "They possess knowledge that university-trained physicians dismiss as superstition." "And you want me to arrange for its publication?" "I want you to use your influence to ensure it receives fair consideration. Can you do that?" The Duke closed the portfolio and set it aside, his expression unusually serious. "I can, though I warn you, the medical establishment is not known for its progressive attitudes toward female scholars." "Neither is the rest of society. Yet you claim you can transform me into a social success. If you're as influential as you pretend to be, this should present no particular challenge." The Duke's smile returned, but it was different now. Sharper, more genuine. "You've just demonstrated precisely why I believe this experiment will succeed, Miss Talbot. You negotiate like a diplomat and argue like a barrister. Society has no idea what's about to hit it." "Is that a yes?" "That's a yes." The Duke rose from his chair and extended his hand. "Partners?" Eleanor looked at his outstretched hand for a long moment, weighing the implications of what she was about to agree to. She was entering into an alliance with a man who was almost certainly using her for his own purposes. A man whose reputation for seduction was legendary throughout London. But she was also gaining access to a world that had been closed to her, and the opportunity to prove that intelligence and femininity were not mutually exclusive. Partners, she said, placing her hand in his. The moment their skin touched, Eleanor felt an unexpected jolt of awareness. The Duke's hand was warm and calloused in unexpected places, suggesting a man who did more than simply ornament drawing rooms. His fingers closed around hers with gentle strength, and she found herself acutely aware of the way he was looking at her. Not with the calculating assessment she had expected, but with something that might have been genuine interest. "When do we begin?" she asked, withdrawing her hand perhaps more quickly than was strictly necessary. "This afternoon, if you're willing. I've arranged for a modiste to visit. Discreetly, of course. We'll need to update your wardrobe before you can make your debut." Eleanor's chin lifted with challenge. "I hope you don't expect me to abandon my spectacles or powder my hair into submission." "I expect you to be exactly who you are," the Duke replied, his voice carrying a note of what might have been sincerity. "The goal is to help society see your worth, not to change your fundamental nature. And if I prove to be an impossible student, then I'll have learned something valuable about the nature of transformation." The Duke moved toward the door, then paused. "Tell me, Miss Talbot, what do you hope to prove with this experiment?" Eleanor considered the question, recognizing its importance. "I hope to prove that a woman can be both intelligent and desirable, that she can master society's games without losing her essential self. I hope to prove that the fault lies not with women like me, but with a society too narrow to recognize value in unexpected forms. And if you're wrong, then I'll have the satisfaction of knowing I tried." Eleanor's smile was sharp with anticipation. "But I'm rarely wrong about anything that matters." The Duke's answering smile was equally sharp. "This is going to be far more interesting than I anticipated." After he left, Eleanor stood in her drawing room, surrounded by the familiar comfort of her books and botanical specimens. The space felt different somehow, charged with possibility and danger in equal measure. She had agreed to let Alexander Sinclair guide her through society's labyrinth, but she had no intention of becoming lost in its passages. Moving to her writing desk, she pulled out a fresh sheet of paper and began to write. If she was going to play this game, she would play it on her own terms, with her own strategies. The Duke might think he was orchestrating her transformation, but Eleanor had her own plans for how this experiment would unfold. That evening, as the Duke sat in his study with a glass of brandy, he found himself replaying every moment of their encounter. He had expected to find a malleable subject for his wager, a woman grateful for his attention and eager to be molded by his expertise. Instead, he had discovered a formidable opponent who had somehow managed to negotiate terms that left him wondering who was truly in control of their arrangement. The memory of her hand in his lingered with uncomfortable persistence. He had touched countless women, had perfected the art of seduction until it required no more effort than breathing. But something about Eleanor Talbot's direct gaze and uncompromising intelligence had shaken his usual confidence. "Very well, Your Grace," Eleanor had said as he prepared to leave, her chin lifting with unconscious challenge. "Let's see if you can keep up." The words echoed in his mind as he prepared for bed, carrying with them the unsettling suggestion that he had just agreed to a game whose rules he didn't fully understand. For the first time in his adult life, Alexander Sinclair found himself wondering if he was truly the one holding the cards. Chapter 5. Lessons in Society. The morning light streaming through the tall windows of Ashbourne House's music room caught the dust motes dancing in the air like tiny golden stars. Eleanor Talbot stood in the centre of the polished parquet floor, her spine rigid with determination and her jaw set with the particular stubbornness that had served her well through years of scholarly pursuits. The Duke of Ashbourne circled her with the predatory grace of a dancing master, his dark eyes cataloguing every imperfection in her posture. "Your shoulders, Miss Talbot," he said, his voice carrying the patient tone of a man who had repeated the same instruction 17 times in the past hour. "They should slope gently, not square themselves as if you're preparing for battle." "Perhaps because I am preparing for battle," Eleanor replied, allowing her shoulders to drop fractionally. "From what I've observed, society gatherings are nothing if not warfare conducted with the fans and calling cards." The Duke's mouth twitched with suppressed amusement. "An astute observation, but warriors who announce their intentions rarely win their campaigns. And warriors who mistake their allies for enemies often find themselves fighting alone." They had been at this for 3 days now. These peculiar lessons that transformed the Duke's elegant townhouse into a classroom for the arts of social conquest. What had begun as a straightforward tutorial in deportment had evolved into something far more complex. A battle of wills disguised as dance instruction. Philosophy lessons masquerading as etiquette training. "Again," the Duke commanded, moving to the pianoforte where he began the opening measures of a waltz. "And this time, try to remember that the gentleman leads." Eleanor assumed the proper position, her gloved hands resting lightly in his as they began the familiar steps. The waltz was a recent import from Vienna, still considered scandalous by society's more conservative members, but the Duke had insisted she master it. "If you're going to make an impression," he had said, "you must be seen to embrace the fashionable as well as the timeless." They moved through the steps with increasing grace, Eleanor's natural intelligence allowing her to anticipate the patterns even as her body struggled to remember the precise placement of feet and hands. But it was the proximity that undid her careful composure. The warmth of his palm against her waist, the way his breath stirred the loose tendrils of hair at her temple when he leaned close to murmur corrections. "Better," he said, his voice lower than usual. "You're beginning to trust the music." "I'm beginning to trust my partner," Eleanor replied, then immediately regretted the admission. The Duke's eyes sharpened with interest, and she felt heat rise in her cheeks. "Are you indeed?" His hand tightened almost imperceptibly at her waist. "How gratifying to know I've earned such confidence." Eleanor attempted to step backward to create some distance between them, but misjudged the movement and found herself stumbling. The Duke's reflexes were swift, his arm coming around her waist to steady her, and suddenly she was pressed against his chest, her hands flat against the fine wool of his morning coat. For a moment, neither of them moved. Eleanor could feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat beneath her palms, could see the flecks of gold in his dark eyes. The scent of his cologne, something expensive and masculine that spoke of sandalwood and bergamot, filled her senses, until she felt almost dizzy with awareness. She began, then found herself at a loss for words. "Yes." The Duke's voice was barely above a whisper, and Eleanor realized that he was looking at her with an expression she had never seen before. Not the calculated charm he wore like armor, but something raw and unguarded. The spell was broken by the arrival of Madame Dubois, the fashionable modiste who had been summoned to oversee Eleanor's wardrobe transformation. She swept into the music room with the dramatic flair of a woman who understood the power of a well-timed entrance, her arms full of fabric samples and sketches. "Ah, mes petits," she exclaimed in heavily accented English. "I see you've been practicing the dancing, no? Magnifique. But now we must speak of the gowns, because a lady, she cannot make the impression in the rags she wears now." Eleanor stepped away from the Duke, her composure returning as she faced this new challenge. "I hardly think my current wardrobe could be classified as rags, madame." "No, no, you are right," Madame Dubois replied, circling Eleanor with the same predatory attention the Duke had shown during their dance lesson. "They are not rags. They are, how you say, the shrouds. They hide as a beautiful woman beneath." "I have no interest in being beautiful," Eleanor said firmly. "I simply wish to be presentable." "Bah!" The modiste waved a dismissive hand. "Every woman wishes to be beautiful. The question is whether she has the courage to allow herself to be seen." The Duke watched this exchange with growing fascination. He had expected Eleanor to resist the fashion aspects of her transformation, but he was curious to see how she would navigate the particular challenges presented by Madame Dubois, who was renowned for her ability to transform even the most reluctant clients. "What do you propose?" Eleanor asked, her tone suggesting she was approaching this as she might a scientific experiment. "I propose," Madame Dubois said, spreading her sketches across the pianoforte's surface, "that we create for you the wardrobe that speaks to your unique qualities. You are not the typical English rose, no? You are something more interesting." The sketches revealed gowns that were indeed far from typical. Instead of the pale muslins and pastels favoured by most young ladies, Madame Dubois had designed dresses in rich jewel tones, deep emerald, sapphire blue, burgundy, that would complement Eleanor's colouring. The silhouettes were classical, inspired by Grecian statuary, with clean lines that would flatter without overwhelming. "These are remarkable," Eleanor said, studying the designs with genuine interest. "But surely such bold colours would be considered inappropriate for an unmarried lady." "Let the married ladies wear their pale colours," the Duke interjected, moving to examine the sketches himself. "You're not trying to blend into the wallpaper, Miss Talbot. You're trying to command attention." "I thought the goal was to help society see my worth," Eleanor replied, "not to shock them into submission." "Sometimes," the Duke said, his smile becoming something more dangerous, "those are the same thing." The fitting session that followed was unlike anything Eleanor had ever experienced. Madame Dubois draped her in rich fabrics, pinning and adjusting with the precision of a sculptor working in silk and velvet. Eleanor found herself studying her reflection in the cheval glass, startled by the woman who looked back at her. "You see," Madame Dubois said with satisfaction, "the beautiful woman, she was always there. She simply needed the proper frame." But it was the Duke's reaction that truly unsettled Eleanor. He had been studying her with the same intensity he brought to their dance lessons, but now his expression held something that looked almost like wonder. "The deep green," he said finally. "It brings out the colour of your eyes." Eleanor met his gaze in the mirror, and for a moment she saw herself as he seemed to see her. Not the awkward blue-stocking society had dismissed, but a woman of intelligence and unexpected beauty. The realization was both thrilling and terrifying. "It's only a dress," she said. But her voice lacked conviction. "It's never only a dress," the Duke replied. "It's armor, disguise, and weapon all in one. The afternoon brought a different kind of lesson as they settled in the Duke's library for what he termed conversational strategy. The room was magnificent, its shelves lined with leather-bound volumes that spoke of generations of collected knowledge. Eleanor found herself drawn to the Greek and Latin texts, her fingers trailing along their spines with obvious longing. "Tell me about your education," the Duke said, settling into a wing-backed chair with a brandy snifter. "It's clearly been far more comprehensive than most ladies receive." Eleanor selected a volume of Aristotle and held it reverently. "My father believed that intelligence was gender-neutral. He insisted I receive the same classical education he would have given a son." "And your mother?" "My mother died when I was 12, Eleanor said quietly. She had been a governess before her marriage, and she shared my father's progressive views. After her death, my Aunt Margaret took over my upbringing, but she allowed my father to continue directing my studies." The Duke watched her carefully, noting the way her expression softened when she spoke of her parents. "You were fortunate in your family." "Yes," Eleanor agreed, "though I sometimes wonder if their progressive attitudes prepared me poorly for the realities of society." "On the contrary," the Duke said, rising to join her at the shelves, "your education is your greatest asset. The challenge is learning to deploy it strategically. You speak as if intelligence were a weapon. In the right hands, it's the most powerful weapon of all." The Duke pulled down a volume of Voltaire and handed it to her. "What do you make of his arguments about religious tolerance?" Eleanor accepted the book, her eyes brightening with interest. "Voltaire's concept of tolerance is admirable in theory, but I find his execution somewhat limited. He advocates for acceptance of different Christian denominations while maintaining a dismissive attitude toward non-Christian beliefs." "An interesting observation," the Duke said, moving closer. "How would you improve upon his philosophy?" "I would extend the principle of tolerance to encompass not just religious beliefs, but differences in education, social position, and gender roles," Eleanor replied, warming to the topic. "True tolerance requires us to question our own assumptions about what constitutes worth or value." The Duke found himself caught up in her passion for the subject, drawn by the way her eyes came alive when she spoke about ideas that mattered to her. "You're suggesting that society's current hierarchies are fundamentally flawed?" "I'm suggesting that any system that judges worth based on accidents of birth rather than character or achievement is doomed to waste human potential," Eleanor said, her voice carrying the conviction of deeply held beliefs. "And yet you've agreed to participate in this very system," the Duke pointed out. "What does that say about your own principles?" Eleanor set down the book and turned to face him fully. "It says that I'm willing to fight the system from within rather than accepting exclusion from without. Sometimes the most effective rebellion is learning to excel at the very games that were designed to defeat you." The Duke stared at her, struck by the quiet determination in her voice. He had expected to find a woman eager to be molded by his expertise, but Eleanor Talbot was proving to be something far more complex. A revolutionary disguised as a bluestocking. A woman who understood that true power came not from rejecting society's rules, but from mastering them so completely that she could reshape them to her will. "You're remarkable," he said, the words escaping before he could stop them. Eleanor blushed, but didn't look away. "I'm simply unwilling to accept limitations that were imposed without my consent." That evening, as they prepared for their first public appearance at Lady Thornfield's soiree, Eleanor stood before her mirror in the emerald gown Madame Dubois had completed. The transformation was subtle but unmistakable. Her posture was more graceful, her movements more fluid, her entire presence somehow more commanding. "Are you ready for this?" the Duke asked, offering her his arm. Eleanor looked at him, this man who had somehow become both her teacher and her greatest challenge. "I'm ready to show society what they've been missing." But as they walked toward the waiting carriage, Eleanor couldn't shake the feeling that she was about to step onto a battlefield where the stakes were higher than either of them had initially realized. The Duke's wager had been about proving that any woman could be transformed into a diamond. But Eleanor was beginning to suspect that the real transformation was happening to both of them. Later that night, after Eleanor had retired to her own home and the Duke sat alone in his study, he found himself reaching for the volume of Voltaire they had discussed. Her insights echoed in his mind, challenging assumptions he had held for years. He had entered into this arrangement, expecting to shape her. But Eleanor Talbot was proving to be a force of nature that could not be contained or controlled. She was supposed to be a project, he muttered to himself. But even as he spoke the words, he knew they were no longer true. Somewhere in the space between dance lessons and philosophical debates, Eleanor had become something far more dangerous than a mere wager. She had become the answer to a question he had never thought to ask: what it might feel like to be truly known by someone whose intelligence matched his own. The game had begun with his confidence in easy victory. But Eleanor Talbot was teaching him that the most profound transformations were the ones that changed the transformer as much as the transformed. Chapter 6. Unlikely Friendship. The afternoon sun slanted through the tall windows of Ashbourne House's library, casting golden rectangles across the Persian carpet where Eleanor sat cross-legged on the floor, a most unladylike position that would have horrified society's arbiters of proper behavior. Her emerald morning dress was spread around her like the petals of some exotic flower, and she held a brass telescope in her hands with the reverence most women reserved for jewelry. "The focal length is remarkable," she said, adjusting the instrument with practiced precision. "Wherever did you acquire such a fine piece?" Alexander sat in a leather chair nearby, his own posture far more relaxed than it had been during their early lessons. His cravat was loosened, his coat discarded, and his dark hair bore the evidence of running his fingers through it. A habit Eleanor had noticed emerged when he was truly engaged in conversation rather than performing his ducal duties. "My uncle left it to me," he said, watching her handle the telescope with obvious expertise. "He was something of an amateur astronomer. I'm afraid it's been gathering dust since his death." "What a tragedy," Eleanor murmured, peering through the eyepiece toward the window. "To possess such a wonderful instrument and leave it unused is like owning a library and never opening a book." "I suspect my uncle would have liked you," Alexander said, and there was something in his voice that made Eleanor glance up from the telescope. "He always said that the greatest sin was wasted potential." "And what would he have made of your current endeavors?" Alexander's smile was rueful. "He would have said I was wasting my own potential in pursuit of meaningless diversions." Uncle James was not a man who appreciated scandal for its own sake. Eleanor set the telescope aside and studied his face, noting the shadow of something that might have been regret. "Why did you choose scandal then? Surely a duke has any number of ways to occupy his time." The question hung in the air between them, more personal than their usual exchanges. For a moment, Eleanor thought he might deflect with his customary charm. But instead he leaned back in his chair and considered her with an expression of unusual gravity. "Because it was the only way to feel anything at all," he said finally. "When your life is predetermined from birth, the schools you'll attend, the clubs you'll join, the woman you'll marry, rebellion becomes a form of self-preservation." Eleanor felt something shift in her chest, a recognition of shared experience that caught her off guard. "I understand that feeling," she said quietly, "though my rebellion took a different form." "Books instead of brothels?" "Precisely." Eleanor's smile was tinged with self-deprecating humour. "While you were shocking society with your romantic conquests, I was horrifying them with my intellectual ones. Perhaps we're not so different after all." "Perhaps not," Alexander agreed, and for a moment they sat in comfortable silence, each lost in thoughts of roads not taken and choices that had led them to this unlikely partnership. The spell was broken by the arrival of a footman bearing tea. But as Eleanor moved to assume a more conventional posture, her skirts caught on the telescope's tripod. She found herself tumbling backward with a most undignified yelp, her carefully arranged hair coming undone in a cascade of brown silk. Alexander was beside her in an instant, his strong hands helping her to sit upright, while she attempted to restore some semblance of order to her appearance. But instead of embarrassment, Eleanor found herself dissolving into laughter. Genuine, unrestrained mirth that seemed to bubble up from some wellspring of joy she had forgotten she possessed. "I suppose that's not the sort of graceful movement Madame Dubois had in mind," she gasped between giggles. "On the contrary," Alexander said, his own laughter joining hers. "I think it was perfectly executed. You've just invented an entirely new form of curtsy." "The astronomical curtsy," Eleanor declared solemnly, then dissolved into fresh peals of laughter. "I shall introduce it at the next ball and claim it's the latest fashion from Vienna." Alexander found himself captivated by the sight of her unguarded joy. This was Eleanor as she truly was, brilliant, funny, and utterly without artifice. Her laughter was like sunlight breaking through clouds, transforming her entire face into something luminous and beautiful. "You should laugh more often," he said, the words escaping before he could censor them. Eleanor's mirth subsided, and she looked at him with an expression of surprise. "I haven't had much cause for laughter in recent years." "And why is that?" Eleanor began gathering the pins that had scattered from her hair, using the activity to avoid his gaze. "When you spend your days being dismissed as an oddity, laughter becomes something of a luxury. It's difficult to find joy when you're constantly defending your right to exist as you are." The pain in her voice struck Alexander like a physical blow. He had known intellectually that society's treatment of her had been unkind, but hearing the raw hurt beneath her composed exterior made him want to call out every person who had ever made her feel less than worthy. "They're fools," he said fiercely. "Every last one of them?" Eleanor glanced up, startled by the vehemence in his voice. "It hardly matters now. I've learned to find contentment in solitude." "Contentment isn't the same as happiness." "No," Eleanor agreed softly. "But it's safer." The conversation might have grown too heavy, but Eleanor's hair chose that moment to stage another rebellion, several more pins clattering to the floor, despite her efforts to restore order. Alexander watched her struggle for a moment before moving to kneel behind her on the carpet. "Allow me," he said, his voice unusually gentle. Eleanor stiffened slightly at his proximity, but she didn't pull away as his fingers began working through the tangled mass of her hair. His touch was careful, almost reverent, and Eleanor found herself acutely aware of the warmth of his breath against her neck. "You have beautiful hair," he murmured, his voice so low she almost didn't hear it. "Like polished mahogany." Eleanor's pulse quickened, and she struggled to maintain her composure. "It's hardly fashionable. Too dark, too thick, too unruly." "It's perfect," Alexander said simply, and something in his tone made Eleanor believe he meant it. They remained frozen in that tableau for a long moment, he kneeling behind her, his hands gentle in her hair, she sitting perfectly still, as if any movement might shatter the fragile intimacy of the moment. Eleanor could feel the steady rhythm of his breathing, could sense the careful control he was exercising over his movements. "There," he said finally, securing the last pin. "Respectable enough for any drawing room?" Eleanor turned to face him and found herself caught by the intensity of his gaze. They were sitting much closer than propriety dictated, close enough that she could see the flecks of gold in his dark eyes, close enough to count the faint lines that spoke of laughter and worry in equal measure. "Alexander," she began, then stopped, unsure of what she had meant to say. "Yes?" His voice was barely a whisper, and Eleanor realized that he was leaning closer, that her own lips were parting in unconscious invitation. The sound of footsteps in the corridors broke the spell. They sprang apart like guilty children. Eleanor smoothing her skirts while Alexander retreated to his chair with studied casualness. By the time the footman appeared to refresh their tea, they were the picture of propriety, teacher and student engaged in nothing more scandalous than afternoon conversation. But the air between them hummed with unspoken possibilities, and Eleanor found it difficult to meet Alexander's eyes for the remainder of their visit. That evening, as Eleanor sat at her writing desk, attempting to record the day's events in her journal, she found herself staring at the blank page with unusual uncertainty. How could she describe what had passed between them that afternoon? How could she explain the way her heart had raced when he touched her hair, or the disappointment she had felt when duty reasserted itself and the moment passed? "He is my friend," she wrote finally, then stared at the words with growing doubt. Were friends supposed to make one's pulse quicken with a simple touch? Were friends supposed to inspire dreams of impossible futures and whispered conversations in darkened gardens? She set down her pen and moved to the window, gazing out at the star-scattered sky. Somewhere across London, Alexander was probably sitting in his own study, perhaps reading by lamplight or reviewing correspondence. Did he think of their afternoon together? Did he wonder, as she did, where the careful boundaries of their arrangement were leading them? Meanwhile, in the elegantly appointed study of Ashbourne House, Alexander stood at his own window with a glass of brandy forgotten in his hand. He had been trying to focus on estate correspondence, but his mind kept returning to the sight of Eleanor on his library floor, telescope in hand, her face alight with curiosity and joy. He had entered into their arrangement, expecting to mold her into society's image of feminine perfection, but Eleanor was teaching him that perfection came in forms he had never imagined. Her intelligence challenged him, her integrity humbled him, and her courage inspired him in ways he was only beginning to understand. "I asked for a diamond," he murmured to the empty room, his breath fogging the window pane. "But I think I found a star." The admission hung in the darkness like a confession, and Alexander realized with something approaching panic that his carefully calculated wager was transforming into something far more dangerous. Eleanor Talbot was no longer simply a project to be completed or a challenge to be conquered. She was becoming essential to his happiness in ways that had nothing to do with winning bets, and everything to do with the growing certainty that she saw him, truly saw him, in ways no one else ever had. He finished his brandy in one burning gulp and tried to convince himself that what he felt was merely the thrill of a new kind of conquest. But even as he made the attempt, Alexander knew he was lying to himself. Eleanor had become his friend, his confidant, his intellectual equal, and somewhere in the process of teaching her to navigate society's treacherous waters, he had lost his own bearings entirely. The game had become something else entirely, and Alexander was no longer certain who was winning. Chapter 7. The season begins. The ballroom of Hartwell House blazed with enough candles to illuminate a small cathedral, their combined radiance catching the crystal drops of 3 magnificent chandeliers and casting rainbow fragments across the polished marble floor. Lady Hartwell's opening ball was legendary throughout London society, the event that officially marked the beginning of the season, and set the tone for all the glittering festivities that would follow. Tonight, beneath painted ceilings that depicted scenes from classical mythology, the cream of English aristocracy had gathered to see and be seen, to judge and be judged, to begin the ancient dance of courtship and conquest that defined their world. Eleanor Talbot stood at the top of the grand staircase, her gloved hand resting lightly on the marble balustrade as she surveyed the scene below. The emerald silk gown Madame Dubois had created seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. The classical lines emphasizing Eleanor's natural grace, while the rich colour brought out the depths of her grey eyes. Delicate embroidery traced patterns of silver stars and laurel leaves across the bodice, a subtle nod to her scholarly pursuits that spoke of intelligence wedded to beauty. But it was more than the gown that transformed her. Eleanor carried herself with a new confidence, her spine straight and her chin lifted with quiet pride. The weeks of lessons had refined her natural poise, teaching her how to command attention without demanding it, how to move through space as if she owned it by right rather than by sufferance. "Miss Eleanor Talbot," the butler announced, his voice carrying across the sudden hush that had fallen over the ballroom. A ripple of awareness swept through the assembled guests like wind across water. Conversations faltered mid-sentence, as heads turned and opera glasses were raised. Eleanor had attended society functions before, but always as a wallflower, always unnoticed in her serviceable gowns and carefully invisible demeanour. The woman descending the staircase bore little resemblance to that forgotten figure. "Good heavens," Lady Pemberton murmured to her companion. "Is that really the Talbot girl? I barely recognise her." "Remarkable transformation," agreed the Countess of Marlborough, studying Eleanor through her lorgnette. "Though I do hope all that education hasn't addled her brain entirely. A little learning in a woman is acceptable, but too much makes them quite impossible to manage." The whispers followed Eleanor's progress across the ballroom like the wake of a ship. She was aware of the attention, of the curious stares and hastily concealed surprise, but she moved through it all with serene composure. Months of preparing for this moment had taught her that confidence was half the battle. Society respected those who acted as if they belonged, regardless of their previous standing. From his position near the French doors that led to the garden, Alexander watched Eleanor's entrance with an expression he was grateful no one could see clearly. He had known, intellectually, that their lessons had been successful. He had seen her transformation day by day, had watched her grow into her own beauty and grace. But seeing her like this, surrounded by London's elite, commanding their attention and respect, struck him with unexpected force. She was magnificent. Not just beautiful, though she was certainly that, but radiant, with a confidence that came from within. This was Eleanor, as she was meant to be seen, not the hidden scholar his friends had dismissed, but a woman of intelligence and beauty who could hold her own in any company. "Well, Ashbourne," drawled Lord Ravenshollow, appearing at Alexander's elbow with a glass of champagne and a knowing smile. "I believe congratulations are in order. The wallflower has indeed bloomed most spectacularly." Alexander forced his expression into one of casual satisfaction, though his chest felt tight with emotions he couldn't name. "I told you it could be done." "So you did." Ravenshallow's gaze followed Eleanor as she was introduced to a cluster of young gentlemen, each clearly eager to secure her notice. "Though I confess, I'm beginning to wonder if you haven't been too successful. Look at them circling like vultures." Alexander's jaw clenched as he watched Lord Pemberton's eldest son bow over Eleanor's hand with obvious admiration. The young man was handsome, wealthy, and possessed of an unimpeachable reputation. Everything society deemed appropriate for a lady of Eleanor's newly elevated status. The sight of Eleanor smiling at him with polite interest made something primitive and possessive stir in Alexander's chest. "They're merely curious," he said, his voice tighter than he intended. "The novelty will fade." "Will it?" Ravenshollow studied his friend with growing interest. "You seem rather invested in the outcome of your experiment." Before Alexander could respond, the orchestra struck up the opening measures of a country dance, and Eleanor was immediately claimed by young Lord Pemberton. Alexander watched them take their places in the set, noting how naturally Eleanor moved through the figures, how her laughter rang out at something her partner said. She was everything he had shaped her to be. Graceful, charming, the kind of woman who could capture hearts without effort. So why did, watching her succeed, feel like a knife twisting in his chest? "Ashbourne!" Lady Hartwell materialized beside him in a rustle of peacock blue silk. "You simply must tell me your secret. How on earth did you transform little Eleanor Talbot into such a vision? The gentleman can speak of nothing else." "Miss Talbot required no transformation, merely the proper presentation," Alexander replied carefully. "Her qualities were always exceptional. Society simply needed to learn how to see them." "How gallant of you to say so," Lady Hartwell replied with a laugh. "Though I notice you haven't claimed a dance with your protégé. Surely the teacher deserves the first waltz with his star pupil." The suggestion sent a jolt of something dangerously close to panic through Alexander's system. He had been avoiding Eleanor all evening, telling himself it was to allow her to shine without the complication of their association. But the truth was more complex. He didn't trust himself to touch her in public, didn't trust his ability to maintain the facade of casual mentorship when everything in him clamored to claim her as his own. "I prefer to admire my handiwork from a distance," he said with studied lightness. But even as he spoke the words, Alexander knew they were a lie. Eleanor was not his handiwork. She was her own creation, magnificent and independent, and utterly beyond his ability to control. The realization should have pleased him. Instead, it left him feeling strangely bereft. Eleanor, meanwhile, was discovering that social success was both easier and more complicated than she had imagined. The young men who clustered around her were uniformly pleasant, well-educated, and eager to please. They complimented her gown, praised her dancing, and attempted to engage her in the sort of light conversation that passed for wit in society circles. "Tell me, Miss Talbot," said Mr. Geoffrey Hartwell, Lady Hartwell's nephew, as he partnered her in a quadrille, "what occupies your time when you're not gracing ballrooms with your presence?" Eleanor smiled, recognizing the question as both an opening and a test. "I have a great interest in botany, Mr. Hartwell. I find the study of plant classification both intellectually stimulating and practically useful." Mr. Hartwell's expression brightened with genuine interest. "How fascinating. I've dabbled in natural philosophy myself. Perhaps you're familiar with Linnaeus's work on taxonomic classification." For the first time that evening, Eleanor felt herself relaxing into genuine conversation. Mr. Hartwell was not merely being polite. He possessed a real knowledge of natural science and seemed genuinely interested in her opinions. As they discussed the merits of various botanical texts, Eleanor found herself thinking that perhaps Alexander had been right about society containing more substance than she had credited. But even as she engaged with her partner, Eleanor was acutely aware of Alexander's presence across the ballroom. She could feel his gaze on her like a physical touch, could sense his attention even when she couldn't see him directly. The knowledge that he was watching sent little thrills of awareness through her nervous system, making her hyper-conscious of every movement, every word. "You dance beautifully, Miss Talbot," Mr. Hartwell said as the quadrille concluded. "Might I hope to secure another set with you later this evening?" "I would be delighted," Eleanor replied, though her eyes were already searching the crowd for a familiar dark head and broad shoulders. She found Alexander near the card room, engaged in conversation with several other gentlemen. He was the picture of ducal elegance in his black evening clothes, his cravat tied in the intricate style that was his particular signature. But Eleanor, who had learned to read the subtle signs of his moods, noticed the tension in his shoulders, the way his smile never quite reached his eyes. Their gazes met across the crowded ballroom, and for a moment, the noise and movement around them seemed to fade into insignificance. Eleanor felt her breath catch at the intensity of his expression. There was something almost possessive in the way he looked at her, something that made her pulse quicken with dangerous awareness. Then Lord Ravenshollow appeared at Alexander's side, and the moment was broken. Eleanor turned back to her admirers with what she hoped was appropriate grace, but her mind remained fixed on that single charged glance. It wasn't until the supper interval that Alexander finally approached her. Eleanor was standing near the refreshment table, momentarily alone, as her various partners fetched her champagne and delicacies from the elaborate buffet. "Miss Talbot," he said, his voice carrying the formal tone he used in public, "you appear to be enjoying considerable success this evening." "Thanks to your excellent instruction," Eleanor replied, matching his formal register while her heart hammered against her ribs. "I fear I owe you a debt of gratitude I can never repay." Something flickered in Alexander's eyes. Pain, perhaps, or regret. "You owe me nothing. Your triumph tonight is entirely your own achievement." Eleanor studied his face, noting the careful control he was exercising over his expression. "You seem distant tonight. Have I done something to displease you?" "On the contrary," Alexander said quietly. "You have exceeded every expectation." The words should have pleased her, but something in his tone suggested they were more burden than blessing. Before Eleanor could respond, Mr. Hartwell returned with her champagne, and the moment of privacy was lost. "Your Grace," Mr. Hartwell said, bowing respectfully to Alexander. "I was just telling Miss Talbot about my collection of botanical specimens. Perhaps you would join us for the viewing I've planned for next week." "I'm afraid my schedule won't permit it," Alexander replied with cool politeness. "But I'm certain Miss Talbot will find your collection educational." Eleanor felt the subtle sting of dismissal in his words and wondered what she had done to earn such coldness. Throughout their weeks of preparation, Alexander had shown nothing but enthusiasm for her interests and accomplishments. This sudden withdrawal felt like a door slamming shut, just as she was learning to trust that it would remain open. The rest of the evening passed in a blur of dances, conversations, and compliments. Eleanor played her part to perfection, charming her partners while maintaining the air of intelligent mystery that seemed to intrigue London society. But beneath the surface performance, she was acutely aware of Alexander's continued distance, the way he seemed to watch her from afar without approaching. It wasn't until the final waltz that he finally claimed her hand. The orchestra struck up the haunting melody, and Eleanor found herself being led onto the floor by the man who had taught her to dance, who had shown her how to move with grace and confidence. "You've been avoiding me," she said quietly as they began the familiar steps. "I've been allowing you to shine without distraction," Alexander replied, his hand warm and steady at her waist. "And is that what I am to you now? A distraction?" Alexander's step faltered, almost imperceptibly, and Eleanor felt the tension that ran through his frame like a tightly wound spring. "You are whatever you choose to be, Eleanor." That was always the point. The use of her given name in public was a breach of protocol that neither of them acknowledged. But Eleanor felt its intimacy like a caress. For these few minutes, moving together in perfect harmony, they could pretend that nothing existed beyond the music and the careful choreography of the dance. "I feel as though I'm losing you," Eleanor said, the words escaping before she could stop them. Alexander's grip tightened almost imperceptibly. "You never had me to lose." The words stung with their casual cruelty, and Eleanor felt tears prick at her eyes. But before she could respond, the music concluded, and Alexander was bowing over her hand with impeccable formality. "Congratulations on your triumph, Miss Talbot," he said, his voice carrying clearly enough for nearby couples to hear. "I believe our work together is complete." Eleanor curtsied in return, her face a mask of polite gratitude, even as her heart felt as though it were cracking in her chest. "Thank you for everything, Your Grace. I am forever in your debt." But as Alexander walked away, melting into the crowd of departing guests, Eleanor felt the hollowness of her social victory. She had won society's acceptance, had proven that intelligence and beauty could coexist, had transformed herself into everything she had never thought to be. So why did success taste like ashes in her mouth? Later that night, as her carriage rolled through the quiet London streets, Eleanor stared out at the darkened windows and empty squares. The evening had been a triumph by any measure. She had danced every dance, received numerous invitations, and established herself as one of the season's most intriguing new figures. But Alexander's withdrawal had cast a shadow over her success, leaving her questioning whether anyone truly saw her, or merely the carefully crafted image they had created together. Had she gained society's acceptance, only to lose the one person whose opinion truly mattered? In his own carriage across the city, Alexander sat in brooding silence, a glass of brandy forgotten in his hand. The evening had unfolded exactly as he had planned. Eleanor's triumph was complete, his wager all but won. She would be the toast of the season, courted by eligible bachelors and celebrated by society matrons. He should have felt satisfaction, pride in a job well done. Instead, he felt as though he had lost something precious, something that could never be recovered. "I wanted the world to see her," he murmured to the darkness outside his window. "I never expected I'd want to keep her hidden. For myself." The admission hung in the silence like a confession, and Alexander realized with growing dread that his carefully calculated wager had become something else entirely. Eleanor was no longer a project to be completed or a challenge to be conquered. She was the woman he loved, and he had just pushed her into the arms of men who would never understand her worth the way he did. The game was all but won, but Alexander had never felt more like a loser in his life. Chapter 8. A rival appears. The morning sun streamed through the tall windows of Lady Pemberton's drawing room, illuminating the delicate porcelain and crystal that adorned every surface with the kind of studied elegance that spoke of generations of refined taste. Eleanor sat perched on the edge of a silk-upholstered chair, her teacup balanced perfectly in her hands as she listened to her hostess's animated description of the previous evening's entertainment. 3 days had passed since Lady Hartwell's ball, and Eleanor was still adjusting to her new status as one of society's most sought-after young women. "My dear Eleanor," Lady Pemberton was saying, her eyes bright with the particular satisfaction of a woman who had backed a winning horse. "You simply cannot imagine the number of inquiries I've received about you. Lord Pemberton's nephew has called twice. Mr. Hartwell has sent flowers every day. And even that dreadful Lord Worthington, you know, the one with the unfortunate tendency to perspire during the cotillion, has expressed interest in making your acquaintance." Eleanor smiled politely, though the constant attention was beginning to feel somewhat overwhelming. "You're very kind to take such interest in my social calendar, my lady." "Nonsense. It's my duty as your godmother's dearest friend to see you properly settled." Lady Pemberton leaned forward conspiratorially. "Though I must say, I've been wondering about your association with the Duke of Ashbourne. Such an eligible gentleman, and clearly quite taken with your transformation." The mention of Alexander's name sent the familiar flutter through Eleanor's chest, though it was now tinged with the confusion and hurt that had plagued her since his cold withdrawal at the ball. "His Grace has been most generous with his guidance," she said carefully. "I owe him a considerable debt of gratitude." "Guidance, my dear?" Lady Pemberton's eyebrows rose with interest. "How delightfully mysterious. Though I suppose we'll see less of him now that Miss Fairfax has arrived for the season." Eleanor's teacup rattled against its saucer, and she hoped Lady Pemberton hadn't noticed the slight tremor in her hands. "Miss Fairfax? Lavinia Fairfax, darling. The Earl of Blackwood's daughter. Surely you've heard of her. She's been the reigning beauty of Bath society for the past 2 seasons. And now she's finally come to London to make her mark. They say she's set her cap for a duke, and with her beauty and connections." Lady Pemberton's voice trailed off meaningfully. Eleanor felt something cold settle in the pit of her stomach, but she managed to keep her expression composed. "I'm sure she'll be a great addition to society." "Oh, she certainly will be. In fact, I believe she's calling this afternoon, along with her mother, the Countess. You'll have the opportunity to meet her yourself." Before Eleanor could respond, the sound of carriages on the cobblestones outside announced the arrival of additional callers. Lady Pemberton rose with obvious excitement, smoothing her skirts as the butler appeared in the doorway. "The Countess of Blackwood and Miss Lavinia Fairfax," he announced, in his sonorous voice. Eleanor remained seated as her hostess hurried forward to greet the new arrivals. But she found herself studying the young woman who entered the drawing-room with the kind of innate grace that spoke of years of careful training. Lavinia Fairfax was, Eleanor had to admit, absolutely stunning. Her hair was the colour of spun gold, arranged in elaborate curls that framed a face of classical perfection. Her figure was willowy, yet feminine, displayed to advantage in a morning dress of the palest blue silk that complemented her porcelain complexion and sapphire eyes. But it was more than her beauty that commanded attention. Lavinia moved through the drawing-room as if she owned it, her smile warm and practiced, her conversation flowing with the kind of effortless charm that Eleanor had worked so hard to master. This was a woman who had been born to society, who understood its rhythms and requirements as naturally as breathing. "Lady Pemberton, how delightful to see you again," Lavinia said, her voice carrying the musical cadence of someone who had been trained to please. "And you must be Miss Talbot. I've heard so much about you." Eleanor rose to curtsy, noting how Lavinia's gaze swept over her with the quick assessment of an experienced strategist. "Miss Fairfax, the pleasure is mine. I trust you're enjoying your first taste of London society." "Oh, immensely," Lavinia replied, settling herself gracefully on the sofa with a rustle of silk. "Though I confess I'm particularly eager to renew my acquaintance with certain old friends. The Duke of Ashbourne, for instance. We knew each other quite well in Bath some years ago." The casual mention of Alexander's name was delivered with such perfect nonchalance that Eleanor almost missed the calculated nature of the revelation. But something in Lavinia's eyes, a flash of satisfaction perhaps, alerted her to the deeper implications. "How pleasant for you both," Eleanor managed, her voice steady despite the sudden tightness in her chest. "Yes, Alexander and I have such history," Lavinia continued, her smile never wavering. "Of course, that was before he developed his reputation for charitable works. I understand he's been quite instrumental in your own social education, Miss Talbot." The barb was delivered with such sweetness that it took Eleanor a moment to register its cutting edge. The implication was clear. Alexander's interest in her was nothing more than philanthropy, a gentleman's duty to assist the less fortunate. "The Duke has been most generous with his time," Eleanor replied, refusing to rise to the bait. "Though I hardly think my education could be considered charitable work. We're all constantly learning, are we not?" "How true," Lavinia agreed, though her eyes had sharpened with interest. "I suppose some of us simply require more intensive instruction than others." Eleanor felt her temper stir, but before she could respond, Lady Pemberton intervened with the particular enthusiasm of a hostess determined to prevent bloodshed in her drawing-room. "Lavinia, my dear, you simply must tell us about Bath. I understand the society there has become quite sophisticated." The conversation shifted to safer topics, but Eleanor remained acutely aware of Lavinia's presence, of the way she commanded attention without apparent effort. When other callers arrived, including Mr. Hartwell and Lord Pemberton's nephew, Eleanor watched with growing unease as Lavinia effortlessly charmed each gentleman in turn, her laughter musical and her wit sharp enough to entertain without threatening masculine pride. "Miss Fairfax?" Mr. Hartwell was saying, his usual attention to Eleanor temporarily diverted. "Your observations about the botanical gardens in Bath are fascinating. Perhaps you'd join me for a visit to Kew Gardens this week." "How thoughtful," Lavinia replied, though her gaze flickered briefly to Eleanor with what might have been triumph. "I do so enjoy educational pursuits." Eleanor recognized the subtle mockery and felt her cheeks burn with suppressed anger. Lavinia was systematically undermining her, turning her interests into objects of gentle ridicule, while positioning herself as the more appropriate object of masculine attention. The afternoon stretched endlessly, each moment bringing fresh evidence of Lavinia's superior social skills. She quoted poetry with perfect pronunciation, discussed literature without appearing too scholarly, and deflected compliments with just the right degree of modest pleasure. Eleanor found herself feeling increasingly awkward and out of place, her hard-won confidence ebbing under the relentless assault of Lavinia's polished perfection. When the visitors finally departed, Eleanor remained behind to assist Lady Pemberton with some correspondence, grateful for the excuse to avoid the crowded streets where she might encounter more of society's curious stares. "Such a charming girl, that Lavinia," Lady Pemberton observed as they settled at her writing desk, "though I must say, there's something rather calculating about her. Did you notice how she monopolized the conversation whenever you began to speak?" Eleanor looked up from the invitations she was addressing, surprised by her hostess's perceptiveness. "I hadn't really noticed." "My dear child, I may be old, but I'm not blind. That young woman sees you as competition, and she's determined to eliminate any threat to her social supremacy." Lady Pemberton's expression softened with concern. "You mustn't let her undermine your confidence, Eleanor. You've worked too hard to allow some painted doll to steal your thunder." Eleanor attempted a smile, but she couldn't shake the growing certainty that Lavinia Fairfax represented everything she could never be: effortlessly beautiful, naturally graceful, born to the role Eleanor was still learning to play. For the first time since her transformation began, she found herself questioning whether she truly belonged in this glittering world of silk and scandal. That evening brought the Thornfield soiree, a gathering renowned for its intellectual tenor and sophisticated conversation. Eleanor had been looking forward to it, knowing that here, at least, her scholarly interests would be appreciated rather than merely tolerated. She dressed carefully in a gown of deep burgundy silk, the colour bringing out the warmth in her brown hair and the intelligence in her grey eyes. But her confidence faltered the moment she entered Lord Thornfield's drawing room and saw Lavinia holding court near the pianoforte, surrounded by a circle of admiring gentlemen that included, to Eleanor's dismay, Alexander himself. He stood slightly apart from the others, his dark evening clothes making him appear both elegant and somehow dangerous in the candlelight. Eleanor's heart clenched at the sight of him, and she realized with painful clarity how much his withdrawal had hurt her. For weeks she had grown accustomed to his constant presence, his encouragement, his belief in her worth. Without it, she felt adrift, uncertain of her place in this strange new world. "Miss Talbot," came a familiar voice at her elbow. She turned to find Mr. Hartwell approaching with his usual warm smile, though she noticed his attention seemed somewhat distracted. "How lovely you look this evening. That colour is most becoming." "Thank you, Mr. Hartwell," Eleanor replied, grateful for his kindness, even as she noticed his gaze drifting toward Lavinia's animated group. "I was hoping to continue our discussion about Linnaeus," he said, though his voice lacked its usual enthusiasm. "Though I confess, Miss Fairfax has just shared some fascinating observations about the cultivation of rare orchids. Perhaps you'd join us." Eleanor felt a flutter of panic at the thought of entering that circle, of subjecting herself to whatever subtle humiliation Lavinia might devise. But pride stiffened her spine and she nodded graciously. "I'd be delighted." As they approached the group, Eleanor caught fragments of conversation. Lavinia's musical laughter, the deep rumble of masculine appreciation, Alexander's voice adding some observation about the merits of botanical illustration. She squared her shoulders and prepared to take her place in the discussion, only to find herself effectively frozen out by Lavinia's strategic positioning and animated gestures. "Oh, Mr. Hartwell," Lavinia exclaimed as they drew near. "You simply must hear what His Grace was telling us about the experimental gardens at his estate. Such fascinating work, though I suppose it requires a certain practical knowledge that few ladies possess." The comment was ostensibly innocent, but Eleanor caught the subtle implication that her scholarly interests were somehow unfeminine, inappropriate for a lady of quality. She felt her cheeks burn as several gentlemen nodded in agreement. "On the contrary," Eleanor said quietly, her voice carrying clearly despite its soft tone, "I believe that understanding the natural world requires both theoretical knowledge and practical application. Surely, the combination of scholarly study and hands-on experience produces the most valuable insights." Alexander's gaze snapped to hers, and for a moment Eleanor saw something that might have been approval in his dark eyes. But before he could respond, Lavinia laughed with apparent delight. "How wonderfully blue-stocking of you, Miss Talbot. I'm sure such dedication to study is most admirable, though I've always found that a lady's greatest accomplishment should be her ability to create harmony in her domestic sphere. Don't you think, Your Grace?" The question was directed at Alexander with such sweet inquiry that Eleanor felt her heart sink. This was the crucial moment. Would he support her, or bow to Lavinia's conventional femininity? "I think," Alexander said slowly, his voice carefully neutral, "that a lady's accomplishments should reflect her natural gifts and inclinations. Not every woman is suited to the same role." It was a diplomatic answer that satisfied no one, least of all Eleanor. She had hoped for something more. Some indication that he valued her mind as much as her appearance, that he saw her as more than a project to be completed. Instead, she felt dismissed, relegated to the category of interesting oddity, while Lavinia represented the feminine ideal. The rest of the evening passed in a haze of polite conversation and growing misery. Eleanor watched as Lavinia effortlessly commanded attention, drawing admiration from every gentleman present, while Alexander remained courteous but distant. When the musical entertainment began, Eleanor found herself seated in the back row, while Lavinia occupied a place of honor near the pianoforte, her golden head bent attentively toward Alexander as he made some quiet observation about the performer's technique. It was then that Eleanor realized the true nature of her predicament. She had allowed herself to be transformed into something she was not, had played a game whose rules she could never fully master. Lavinia belonged to this world in a way Eleanor never would, and Alexander's careful politeness tonight had made his preferences painfully clear. "Miss Talbot," The voice belonged to Lord Thornfield himself, who had appeared at her side with a concerned expression. "You seem rather subdued this evening. I hope you're not unwell." Eleanor managed a wan smile. "I'm quite well, my lord. Simply reflective." "Ah, the burden of an intelligent mind," he said with understanding. "I find myself in similar moods when surrounded by too much superficiality." The comment, clearly aimed at Lavinia's performance, should have provided comfort. Instead, it only emphasized Eleanor's growing sense of displacement. She didn't want to be the consolation prize for those who valued intellect over beauty. She wanted to be valued for both, to be seen as a complete woman rather than an interesting anomaly. As the evening wound toward its conclusion, Eleanor found herself standing alone on the terrace, needing air and space to think. The London night was clear and cool, the stars visible despite the city's glow. She had always found comfort in the heavens, their predictable patterns and vast distances providing perspective on earthly troubles. "The constellation Cassiopeia," came a familiar voice behind her. Eleanor turned to find Alexander approaching, his hands clasped behind his back and his expression unreadable in the moonlight. "Yes," Eleanor replied quietly. The vain queen, doomed to circle the heavens forever as punishment for her pride. Alexander joined her at the balustrade, maintaining a careful distance that spoke volumes about the change in their relationship. An apt choice for tonight's meditation. Eleanor felt a surge of the old anger, the fire that had sustained her through years of scholarly pursuits and social dismissal. "Is that what you think I am, Your Grace? A vain woman whose pride has led to her downfall?" "I think," Alexander said carefully, "that you are a woman of remarkable intelligence who has allowed herself to be drawn into games unworthy of her dignity." The criticism stung because it held a grain of truth. Eleanor had entered into their arrangement with the best of intentions, but somewhere in the process she had lost sight of her own worth, had begun to measure her value by society's acceptance rather than her own accomplishments. "And what would you have me do?" she asked, her voice sharp with frustration. "Retreat to my library and accept that women like Miss Fairfax will always triumph simply because they were born to play these particular games?" Alexander was quiet for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the distant stars. "I would have you remember that your worth doesn't depend on society's approval. You were magnificent before our lessons began, and you'll be magnificent regardless of whether every drawing room in London recognizes it." Eleanor felt tears prick at her eyes, touched by the sincerity in his voice, even as she recognized the finality of it. "And yet you seem quite content to bask in Miss Fairfax's conventional charms." "Miss Fairfax represents everything I was raised to want in a wife," Alexander admitted. "Beautiful, accomplished, perfectly suited to the role of Duchess." "But," Eleanor prompted, hearing the hesitation in his voice. Alexander turned to look at her then, his dark eyes reflecting the moonlight. "But I find myself wondering whether a man should choose security or truth, whether it's better to have someone who can decorate your world or someone who can challenge it." The words hung between them like a confession, and Eleanor felt her heart race with a mixture of hope and fear. This was the moment, the chance to fight for what she wanted, to claim the man she had come to love, despite all the complications of their arrangement. But pride, that fatal flaw that had driven Cassiopeia to her celestial punishment, held her back. She would not beg for his affection, would not compete with Lavinia Fairfax for the privilege of decorating a duke's life. "I think," Eleanor said quietly. That a man should choose whatever makes him happy, and a woman should have the wisdom to walk away when she realizes she can never be that choice. With that, she turned and walked back into the drawing room, leaving Alexander alone on the terrace with his thoughts and the watching stars. As she made her farewells to Lord Thornfield and called for her carriage, Eleanor felt something inside her crystallize into cold determination. She had entered this world on Alexander's terms, had allowed him to shape her into his vision of feminine perfection. But Eleanor Talbot was not a project to be completed or a prize to be won. She was a woman of intelligence and integrity, and it was time to remember what that meant. The season would continue without her. Let Lavinia Fairfax have her Duke and her perfect life. Eleanor had more important battles to fight. Alexander remained on the terrace long after the sound of Eleanor's carriage had faded into the London night. Around him, the soiree continued its glittering course, but he felt removed from it all, suspended between the world he had always known and the one Eleanor had shown him was possible. One offers security, he murmured to the indifferent stars. The other offers truth, and I'm not sure which frightens me more. But even as he spoke the words, Alexander knew he was lying to himself. He knew exactly which choice frightened him more, and it was the one that had just walked away from him, with her head held high and her pride intact. The question was whether he had the courage to follow her into the unknown, or whether he would remain trapped in the gilded cage of convention, watching the stars and wondering what might have been. Chapter 9. Moments of Doubt. The invitation to Lady Worthington's musical evening lay forgotten on Eleanor's dressing table, its gilt edges catching the afternoon light that filtered through her bedroom windows. She had meant to attend. Indeed, had spent the morning selecting an appropriate gown and rehearsing suitable conversation topics. But as the hour approached, a peculiar lassitude had settled over her, weighing down her limbs and clouding her thoughts with an inexplicable melancholy. "Miss Eleanor," her maid Sarah ventured hesitantly from the doorway, "shall I send word that you're indisposed? The carriage has been waiting this quarter hour." Eleanor stood before her looking-glass, studying her reflection with the critical eye of a natural philosopher examining a specimen. The woman staring back at her was undeniably elegant, her hair dressed in the latest fashion, her afternoon gown of sapphire silk perfectly fitted to her transformed figure. But something in her grey eyes spoke of uncertainty, of a soul at war with its circumstances. "Yes," Eleanor said quietly, her fingers trailing along the silk of her skirt. "Send my regrets. I find myself fatigued." Sarah's expression suggested she understood the nature of the fatigue that plagued her mistress, but she merely curtsied and withdrew to deliver the message. Eleanor continued to stare at her reflection, wondering when the face in the mirror had become that of a stranger. "Is this who I am?" she wondered, touching the perfectly arranged curls that framed her face. "Or merely who I've been taught to be?" The question had haunted her for days, ever since the evening at Lord Thornfield's soiree, when Lavinia Fairfax had delivered her perfectly aimed barbs with such sweet precision. The memory of those words, delivered with a smile that never wavered, returned to torment her in quiet moments. "One can't teach breeding, of course. It's something one is born with. Or not." Eleanor sank into the chair before her dressing table, her hands clenched in her lap. Lavinia's implication had been clear. No amount of instruction could transform a scholarly wallflower into a true lady. Eleanor would always be playing a role, wearing clothes and mannerisms that belonged to someone else. The sound of footsteps in the corridor announced the arrival of her younger sister Margaret, who appeared in the doorway with characteristic directness. "You look like someone who's lost her best friend," Margaret observed, settling herself on the edge of Eleanor's bed with the unconscious grace of youth. "What's troubling you, Ellie?" Eleanor managed a wan smile at the childhood nickname. "Nothing that signifies. I'm simply tired of performing." "Performing?" Margaret's dark eyebrows rose with interest. "I thought you were enjoying your social success. Lord Pemberton's nephew calls daily. Mr. Hartwell sends enough flowers to stock a conservatory. And even that dreadful poet, what's his name, has dedicated a sonnet to your eyes." "All of which means nothing," Eleanor said, with more bitterness than she intended. "They see what they've been taught to see, a carefully constructed facade. But what happens when the novelty wears off? When they discover that beneath the silk and sentiment lies the same woman they once dismissed as a blue-stocking?" Margaret studied her sister with the penetrating gaze that had always made her seem older than her years. "You speak as if you've committed some terrible deception. But you're still you, Ellie. You still quote Ovid at inappropriate moments, still know more about astronomy than most men, still defend the rights of servants and shopkeepers. Your gowns may be more fashionable now, but your heart hasn't changed." Eleanor wanted to believe her sister's words, but doubt had taken root in her mind like a persistent weed. "Perhaps that's the problem. Perhaps I should have changed more than my wardrobe." "To become what?" "A simpering miss, who faints at the sight of a spider and considers embroidery the height of intellectual achievement." Margaret's voice carried a note of steel. "You've gained society's attention without sacrificing your principles. That's no small accomplishment." Before Eleanor could respond, the sound of a carriage drawing up outside caught their attention. Margaret moved to the window, her face brightening with mischief. "Speaking of your admirers," she said, "the Duke of Ashbourne has just arrived. And he looks rather determined." Eleanor's heart gave an unwelcome leap at the mention of Alexander's name. She had been avoiding him since their conversation on Lord Thornfield's terrace, unable to bear the careful politeness that had replaced their former easy intimacy. "Tell him I'm not receiving visitors," Eleanor said, though her resolution wavered even as she spoke the words. "I think it's too late for that," Margaret observed. "He's already at the door, and Mother is receiving him in the drawing room. She's probably offering him tea, and her opinions on the weather." Eleanor closed her eyes, steeling herself for the encounter she had been dreading. There was no avoiding Alexander when he was determined to see her. She had learned that much during their weeks of lessons, but the thought of facing him now, when her confidence was at its lowest ebb, felt almost unbearable. "Shall I tell him you're indisposed?" Margaret asked gently. Eleanor rose from her chair, squaring her shoulders with an effort. "No, I'll see him. But Margaret, stay within earshot, will you? I don't trust myself to maintain proper decorum." Her sister's expression softened with understanding. "Of course. Though I suspect His Grace's interest in you has little to do with decorum." Eleanor made her way downstairs with reluctant steps, pausing outside the drawing-room door to compose herself. Through the partially open portal, she could hear Alexander's voice, deeper and more resonant than she remembered, as he exchanged pleasantries with her mother. "Miss Talbot," he said, rising immediately as she entered the room. "I was beginning to think you had become a creature of myth and legend." Eleanor curtsied with mechanical precision, noting how his dark eyes searched her face with unmistakable concern. "Your Grace, I wasn't aware you were calling." "Indeed. I was under the impression that we had an understanding regarding your social education." Alexander's tone was light, but Eleanor caught the undercurrent of something deeper. Hurt, perhaps, or disappointment. "I believe that education is now complete," Eleanor replied, taking a seat at the far end of the sofa. "You've accomplished what you set out to do. I am, by all accounts, a social success. And yet you've been absent from society for nearly a week," Alexander observed, settling into the chair across from her. "Lady Worthington was quite disappointed by your absence this evening." Eleanor's mother, clearly sensing the tension between them, excused herself with the transparent excuse of checking on the kitchen staff. Alexander waited until her footsteps had faded before leaning forward with undisguised intensity. "Eleanor, what's troubling you? You've been avoiding me, avoiding the very society events you once approached with such enthusiasm. Have I done something to offend you?" The direct question caught Eleanor off guard, and for a moment she wavered between honesty and self-preservation. "You've done nothing wrong, Your Grace. I've simply come to realize that this life, this glittering world of balls and drawing rooms, isn't truly mine." "Because of Miss Fairfax?" Alexander's voice carried a note of steel that made Eleanor glance up in surprise. "Miss Fairfax merely reminded me of certain truths I had chosen to ignore," Eleanor said carefully. "She belongs to your world in a way I never will. She was born to be a duchess, trained from birth to fill that role with grace and dignity." "And you believe that birth circumstances determine a person's worth?" Alexander's question was sharp with incredulity. "I believe they determine a person's place in the world," Eleanor replied. "No amount of silk gowns or dancing lessons can change the fact that I'm a scholar's daughter, more comfortable in a library than a ballroom." Alexander was quiet for a long moment, his gaze fixed on her face with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. "Do you know what I see when I look at you, Eleanor?" She shook her head, not trusting her voice. "I see a woman who has the courage to be herself in a world that demands conformity. I see intelligence wedded to beauty, strength masked by gentleness, passion disguised as propriety. Miss Fairfax may have been born to play a role, but you have the rare gift of authenticity." Eleanor felt tears prick at her eyes, moved despite herself by the sincerity in his voice. "And yet you seem quite content to court her favour." "I am courteous to Miss Fairfax because she is a guest in our society," Alexander said firmly. "But if you believe I harbour romantic feelings for her, you are gravely mistaken." "Then why—" Eleanor began, but Alexander's raised hand silenced her. "Because I am a fool," he said simply. "Because I have been so focused on the rules of society that I nearly forgot the rules of my own heart. The admission hung between them, like a bridge neither quite dared to cross." Eleanor felt her resolve wavering, her carefully constructed defences crumbling in the face of his apparent sincerity. "Alexander," she whispered, using his given name for the first time in weeks. He leaned forward, his dark eyes intense with emotion. "Eleanor, I need you to know that whatever happens between us, whatever the future holds, you have changed me in ways I'm only beginning to understand." "Changed you how?" Eleanor asked, though she feared the answer. "You've made me question everything I thought I wanted, everything I believed about duty and desire, about the difference between existing and truly living." Alexander's voice was raw with honesty. You've shown me that the heart cannot be governed by the same rules that govern society. Eleanor felt her pulse race at his words. But something held her back. Some instinct that warned her of dangers she couldn't yet name. What are you saying, Alexander? I'm saying that Alexander stopped abruptly, as if suddenly aware of the precipice he was approaching. I'm saying that your friendship has become precious to me, more precious than I ever imagined possible. Friendship. The word fell between them like a stone, shattering the moment of perfect intimacy. Eleanor felt something inside her wither, some fragile hope she hadn't realized she'd been nurturing. I see, she said quietly, her voice carefully neutral. How gratifying to know that your experiment has yielded such unexpected results. Alexander's face went pale at her words. Eleanor, that's not what I meant, isn't it? Eleanor rose from her seat, her composure hanging by a thread. You've taken a wallflower and transformed her into something resembling a lady. You've studied the effects of your intervention like a natural philosopher, observing the behavior of specimens. And now you're surprised to discover that your subject has developed feelings. That's not fair, Alexander protested, standing as well. You know our arrangement was more than mere scientific curiosity. Do I? Eleanor's voice was sharp with pain. Because from where I stand, it seems as though you've been conducting an elaborate experiment in human nature. And now that the results have become inconvenient, you're attempting to redefine the parameters. Alexander stared at her, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. Eleanor could see the battle raging within him, the desire to speak truth, warring with some deeper fear or obligation. Eleanor, he said finally, his voice barely above a whisper, please don't dismiss what we've shared, whatever else this arrangement may have been. What grew between us was real. Was it? Eleanor asked, though her heart was breaking with the question. Or was it simply another part of the lesson? The wallflower falling in love with her teacher. How perfectly predictable. You're wrong, Alexander said fiercely. About all of it. But I can't. He stopped, his hands clenching at his sides. There are things you don't understand, complications I can't explain. Then don't, Eleanor said with forced lightness. Our arrangement has served its purpose. I am socially acceptable. You have proven your point about transformation, and we can both return to our proper spheres. Eleanor? Goodbye, Alexander. She turned toward the door, her spine rigid with pride. Thank you for everything. I shall always be grateful for your instruction. She left him standing in the drawing room, his face a mask of anguish and indecision. Eleanor made it as far as the staircase before her composure cracked, and she sank onto the bottom step with tears streaming down her face. Margaret appeared almost immediately, settling beside her sister with wordless comfort. What happened? I think, Eleanor said through her tears, I've just discovered that fairy tales are dangerous things. They make you believe in transformations that go beyond silk gowns and dancing lessons. That night, Eleanor sat at her writing desk with a blank sheet of paper before her. She had begun a dozen letters to Alexander, each one attempting to express the tangle of emotions that plagued her. But every attempt seemed inadequate, either too accusatory or too pleading. My dear Alexander, she wrote, then stopped. The words seemed to mock her. He was not hers, had never been hers, despite the intimacy of their lessons and the warmth of their friendship. Your Grace, she began again. I write to clarify the confusion that marked our conversation this afternoon. I fear I may have given you the impression that I harbor feelings inappropriate to our association. Please be assured that I understand the nature of our arrangement and harbor no unrealistic expectations. Eleanor stared at the formal words, recognizing their cowardice. This was not what she wanted to say, not what her heart demanded, but pride, that fatal flaw that had driven so many to their downfall, held her back from honest vulnerability. With a sound of frustration, she crumpled the paper and threw it into the fireplace. The flames consumed her careful words, leaving only ash and regret. Meanwhile, across London, Alexander paced the length of his study like a caged wolf. The brandy on his desk remained untouched. His correspondence ignored, his entire attention focused on the impossible tangle of his emotions. Eleanor's accusations had struck home with devastating accuracy. He had begun their association as something of an experiment, a way to prove his theories about transformation and social mobility. But somewhere in the process, the experiment had become something else entirely. A journey of discovery that had changed him as much as it had changed her. "What have I done?" he muttered to the empty room. "What have I allowed to happen?" The answer was both simple and terrifying. He had fallen in love with Eleanor Talbot. Not with the polished lady he had helped create, but with the brilliant, passionate woman who had challenged his assumptions and stolen his heart without effort. And now, trapped by his own deception, he was losing her. The secret of the wager hung between them like a sword, threatening to destroy whatever fragile connection they had forged. Alexander knew that Eleanor suspected something. Her questions this afternoon had been too pointed, her accusations too specific. But he lacked the courage to confess the truth, to risk her complete rejection for the sake of honesty. "He gave me wings," Eleanor thought, as she stared into the dying embers of her fire. But was he ever planning to let me fly? And in his own chamber, surrounded by the trappings of wealth and privilege that had once seemed so important, Alexander faced the most terrifying question of his life. What if I've already lost the only woman who ever truly saw me? The London night stretched endlessly before them both, filled with doubts and regrets, and the growing certainty that their carefully constructed world was about to crumble beyond repair. Chapter 10. The Turning Point. The Duchess of Marlborough's annual ball was the undisputed pinnacle of the London season, an event so magnificent that even the Prince Regent himself had been known to attend. Tonight, the grand ballroom of Marlborough House blazed with the light of 1,000 candles, their glow reflecting off gilt mouldings and crystal chandeliers to create an atmosphere of almost celestial splendor. The cream of English society had gathered beneath painted ceilings that depicted the triumph of a Venus, their silk gowns and jeweled orders creating a kaleidoscope of color and refinement. Eleanor stood at the entrance to the ballroom, her hand resting lightly on the carved marble balustrade as she surveyed the glittering scene below. Tonight she wore a gown that Madame Dubois had declared her masterpiece, midnight blue silk that seemed to capture starlight in its folds, embroidered with silver constellations that traced delicate patterns across the bodice and skirt. Diamonds glittered at her throat and ears, but it was the quiet confidence in her bearing that truly made her luminous. "Miss Eleanor Talbot," the major domo announced in his sonorous voice, and Eleanor felt the familiar flutter of awareness that followed her entrance into society gatherings. But tonight was different. As she descended the marble staircase with measured grace, Eleanor was conscious of commanding the room in a way that went beyond mere curiosity. Conversations paused mid-sentence, opera glasses were raised, and she caught fragments of whispered commentary that spoke not of scandal or transformation, but of genuine admiration. "Magnificent," she heard Lady Jersey murmur to her companion. "Who would have thought the Talbot girl possessed such presence?" "More than presence," came the reply from the sharp-tongued Countess of Sefton. "She has that rarest of qualities, authentic elegance. No amount of instruction can create that." Eleanor allowed herself a small smile at the irony of the comment. If only the Countess knew how much instruction had indeed gone into her transformation. But as she moved through the receiving line, exchanging pleasantries with the Duchess and her distinguished guests, Eleanor felt something settle into place inside her chest. A recognition that whatever role instruction had played, the woman she had become was genuinely her own creation. From across the ballroom, Alexander watched Eleanor's entrance with an expression of undisguised wonder. He had grown accustomed to her beauty during their weeks of lessons, had seen her confidence bloom under careful cultivation. But tonight, surrounded by the finest examples of English aristocracy, Eleanor didn't merely hold her own. She outshone them all. It wasn't just her appearance, though she was undeniably stunning. It was the way she carried herself, the genuine warmth of her smile, the intelligence that sparkled in her grey eyes as she engaged in conversation. This was Eleanor, as she was meant to be, not the hidden scholar his friends had dismissed, but a woman of substance and grace who could command any room she entered. "Rather magnificent, isn't she?" came a voice at his elbow. Alexander turned to find Lavinia Fairfax approaching with a smile that didn't quite reach her sapphire eyes. She was exquisitely dressed in cloth of gold that complemented her fair colouring, every detail of her appearance calculated to perfection. "Miss Fairfax," Alexander replied with distant politeness. "You look lovely this evening." "How kind of you to say so," Lavinia replied, though her gaze was fixed on Eleanor's figure across the room. "Though I confess, I'm rather surprised to see you here alone. I thought perhaps you might have escorted your protégé." The barb was delivered with practiced sweetness, but Alexander caught the venom beneath it. "Miss Talbot requires no escort. She is perfectly capable of managing society on her own merits." "Of course," Lavinia agreed, her fan fluttering with studied elegance. "Though one does wonder how long such novelty can sustain itself. The tongue is notoriously fickle, after all." Before Alexander could respond, the orchestra struck up the opening measures of a country dance, and he found himself watching as Eleanor was immediately claimed by young Lord Pemberton. The sight of her laughing at something her partner said sent an unexpected jolt of possessiveness through his chest. "You seem rather fixated on Miss Talbot's progress," Lavinia observed, her voice carrying a note of steel beneath its musical cadence. "One might almost think you had developed a personal interest in her success." Alexander turned to look at her then, noting the calculated way she positioned herself to best advantage. The practiced tilt of her head that emphasized her elegant neck. Everything about Lavinia Fairfax was perfect, perfectly beautiful, perfectly bred, perfectly suited to be a duchess. So why did the sight of her leave him utterly unmoved? "Miss Talbot is a remarkable woman," he said simply. "Any gentleman would be fortunate to secure her regard." "Any gentleman?" Lavinia's eyebrows rose with delicate surprise. "How Democratic of you, Your Grace. Though I suppose even remarkable women must eventually choose between what they want and what they can realistically achieve. The implication was clear, and Alexander felt his jaw tighten with barely suppressed anger. I think you underestimate Miss Talbot's prospects, Miss Fairfax. Do I? Lavinia smiled with feline satisfaction. We shall see. As if to emphasize her point, she moved closer to Alexander, close enough that her perfume enveloped him in clouds of rose and amber. To any observer, they would appear to be engaged in intimate conversation, exactly the impression Lavinia intended to create. But Alexander's attention remained fixed on Eleanor, who had just concluded her dance with Lord Pemberton, and was being approached by no fewer than 3 additional suitors. She moved among them with easy grace, her laughter genuine, and her conversation animated. This was not the shy wallflower he had first encountered in Lady Pemberton's drawing-room, but a woman confident in her own worth. "Your Grace," came a familiar voice behind him. Alexander turned to find Lord Ravenshollow approaching with a glass of champagne and his usual sardonic smile. "I believe congratulations are in order. Your experiment appears to have succeeded beyond all expectations." Alexander felt something cold settle in his stomach at his friend's words. "I beg your pardon?" "Miss Talbot, of course," Ravenshollow replied, gesturing toward Eleanor with his champagne glass. "The transformation is remarkable. Who would have thought a few months of instruction could produce such results?" "Remarkable indeed," agreed Lord Whitmore, joining their group with obvious satisfaction. "Amazing what a little polish and the right incentive can accomplish, eh, Ashbourne? I confess, I was skeptical when you first proposed the wager, but you've certainly proven your point." The words hit Alexander like physical blows, but it was the sudden stillness that fell over their immediate vicinity that made his blood turn to ice. Conversations faltered, and he was acutely aware of curious glances being directed their way. But it was the sharp intake of breath from somewhere behind him that made his heart stop entirely. Alexander turned slowly, dreading what he would find, and his worst fears were confirmed. Eleanor stood not 3 feet away, her face pale as alabaster and her grey eyes wide with what might have been shock or betrayal. She had clearly heard every word of Whitmore's careless observation. "Eleanor," Alexander began, but she had already turned away, moving through the crowd with mechanical precision toward the French doors that led to the garden. "I say," Whitmore observed with oblivious cheerfulness, "did Miss Talbot seem rather upset to you?" Alexander didn't bother to answer. He pushed through the crowd with single-minded determination, following Eleanor's path toward the relative privacy of the moonlit gardens. He found her standing beside a marble fountain, her back rigid and her hands clasped so tightly that her knuckles showed white in the darkness. "Eleanor," he said quietly, approaching her as he might a wounded animal. She turned to face him then, and Alexander felt his heart break at the pain written across her features. "A wager," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I was a wager." Alexander wanted to deny it, wanted to find some way to explain away what she had heard. But the moment for deception had passed, and Eleanor deserved better than his continued lies. "Yes," he said simply. "In the beginning, yes." Eleanor closed her eyes as if the confirmation had caused her physical pain. When she opened them again, they blazed with an emotion Alexander couldn't name, fury and hurt, and something that might have been disappointment. "How much?" she asked. Eleanor How much was I worth? Her voice carried across the garden with crystalline clarity. What was the sum that reduced me to an object of entertainment for you and your friends? Alexander felt bile rise in his throat at the stark way she phrased it. £5,000. But Eleanor, you must understand. £5,000. She repeated the amount with a laugh that held no humour. How flattering. I suppose I should feel honoured to have commanded such a substantial stake. It wasn't like that, Alexander protested desperately. Yes, it began as a wager, but it stopped being about the money. The moment I came to know you. Eleanor, what grew between us was real. Was it? Eleanor's voice was sharp with pain. How can I trust anything you say when our entire association was built on deception? Every lesson, every conversation, every moment we shared, it was all part of your game. No, Alexander said fiercely, stepping closer despite the warning in her eyes. The wager may have brought us together, but what I feel for you has nothing to do with bets or money or proving points to shallow-minded fools. What do you feel for me? Eleanor's voice rose with incredulous anger. You mean the satisfaction of a job well done? The pride of a teacher whose student has exceeded expectations? I mean love, Alexander said desperately. I love you, Eleanor. Not the woman I helped create, but the woman you always were. The brilliant, passionate, magnificent woman who challenged everything I thought I knew about worth and beauty, and what it means to truly live. Eleanor stared at him for a long moment, her chest rising and falling with rapid breaths. Then she shook her head with a sad smile that cut him more deeply than any angry words could have. You said you saw me, she whispered. But you were only ever looking at your own ego. The shy blue-stocking transformed by the charming Duke. What a perfect story to tell at your club. What a delightful way to prove your superiority over the rest of society. That's not true, Alexander protested, but Eleanor was already turning away. It doesn't matter now, she said with quiet dignity. The game is over, Your Grace. You've won your wager. I hope the victory brings you the satisfaction you sought. With that, she walked past him toward the ballroom, her spine straight and her head held high despite the devastation Alexander could see in every line of her body. He followed her, desperate to continue their conversation, to somehow repair the damage his past cowardice had wrought. But Eleanor didn't pause or acknowledge his presence as she re-entered the ballroom. Instead, she moved through the crowd with purposeful determination, stopping only to collect her wrap from a footman before heading toward the entrance. The sight of Eleanor Talbot walking away from the Duke of Ashbourne in full view of London's elite sent a ripple of shock through the assembled guests. Conversations ceased mid-sentence. Fans fluttered with nervous energy, and Alexander was acutely aware of dozens of pairs of eyes watching this unprecedented drama unfold. Miss Talbot, he called after her, his voice carrying across the suddenly quiet ballroom. Eleanor paused at the top of the marble staircase, turning to face him one final time. In the candlelight, she looked ethereal and untouchable, a goddess passing judgment on mere mortals. Goodbye, Your Grace, she said clearly enough for half the ballroom to hear. Thank you for the education. Then she was gone, leaving Alexander standing alone in the center of the ballroom, while the cream of society whispered and speculated around him. He was dimly aware of Lavinia's satisfied smile, of his friend's confused expressions, of the Duchess herself watching the proceedings with sharp interest. But all he could think about was the look in Eleanor's eyes, the pain and betrayal and finality that told him more clearly than words that he had lost her forever. Alexander made his own exit shortly thereafter, pushing through the crowd without acknowledgement or apology. The night air struck his face like a physical blow as he stumbled toward his waiting carriage, his hands shaking as he fumbled with the door latch. Home, he managed to tell his driver, though the word felt hollow and meaningless. As the carriage rolled through the London streets, Alexander pressed his face against the cool window glass and tried to comprehend the magnitude of his loss. Eleanor's had been more than the object of a wager. She had been his salvation, his chance at genuine happiness, his proof that love could transcend the artificial barriers of society. And he had destroyed it all through his own cowardice and pride. Meanwhile, in her own carriage, travelling across the darkened city, Eleanor sat with rigid composure as tears traced silent paths down her cheeks. The woman who had entered the ballroom in triumph was gone, replaced by someone who had learned the hardest lesson of all. That transformation meant nothing if it was built on lies. But even as her heart broke, Eleanor felt something else stirring in her chest, a fierce pride that had nothing to do with gowns or dancing or social acceptance. She had walked away from the Duke of Ashbourne with her dignity intact, had refused to be diminished by his deception. Back in her bedroom, Eleanor stood before her looking-glass as Sarah helped her remove the jewels and elegant gown that had marked her triumph. As each ornament was taken away, Eleanor felt herself returning to something essential. Not the shy wallflower she had been, but the strong, intelligent woman she was meant to become. I never needed a wager to become someone, she said quietly to her reflection. I was always someone. I just forgot to believe it. The next morning brought the inevitable social consequences of the previous evening's drama. Eleanor's drawing room was flooded with callers, some offering sympathy, others barely concealing their curiosity about the scene they had witnessed. But it was the arrival of the formidable Dowager Countess of Westbrook that truly surprised her. Miss Talbot, the elderly woman said with characteristic directness, I've come to tell you that what happened last night was the finest display of dignity I've witnessed in 40 years of London society. Eleanor looked up from her correspondence with genuine surprise. The Dowager Countess was notorious for her sharp tongue and impossible standards. Her approval was not lightly given. Your Grace is very kind, Eleanor replied carefully. I am nothing of the sort, the Countess replied with a bark of laughter. I am, however, an excellent judge of character. That young man may have started you on your path, but you completed the journey yourself, and anyone with eyes can see that you are a woman of substance, not merely surface beauty. The endorsement from such an influential figure sent ripples through society. Eleanor Talbot was no longer simply the season's novelty or the object of a duke's wager. She was a woman worthy of respect in her own right. Alexander, meanwhile, had retreated to his estate outside London, unable to bear the constant reminders of what he had lost. He dismissed his usual circle of friends, sent Lavinia Fairfax a polite but firm rejection of her increasingly obvious advances, and spent his days walking the grounds in solitary contemplation. In his study one evening, Alexander found himself staring at the small wooden box that contained his father's signet ring, the ring he had planned to wager on Eleanor's success. The irony was bitter. He had won the bet that would have earned him the right to keep the ring, but in doing so had lost the only thing that truly mattered. I won the bet, he said to the empty room, his voice hollow with regret, and lost the only thing that mattered. The ring seemed to mock him from its velvet cushion, a symbol of the heritage and duty that had once seemed so important. Now Alexander understood that Eleanor had been right. He had seen only his own ego, his own need to prove his superiority. He had missed the greater prize, the love of a woman who might have challenged and changed him for the better. The season continued without them both, but the damage was done. Eleanor Talbot had proven that a woman could stand on her own merits, while the Duke of Ashbourne had learned that some victories came at too high a price to ever truly be called wins. And in the vast London night, two hearts that had found each other against all odds now beat in separate rhythms, each forever changed by the wager that had brought them together and the truth that had torn them apart. Chapter 11. What next? The leather-bound chair in the corner of White's had become Alexander's preferred refuge from the congratulatory gazes and knowing smiles that followed him through London's most exclusive gentlemen's club. He sat with a glass of untouched brandy, watching the flames dance in the marble fireplace, while the familiar voices of his former associates carried across the oak-panelled room. "Ashbourne!" Lord Whitmore's voice boomed with jovial satisfaction as he approached with Ravenshollow and several other members of their circle. "There's the man of the hour. I must say, your triumph at the Marlborough ball was spectacular. Who would have thought the wallflower would provide such entertainment in her dramatic exit?" Alexander's jaw tightened at the casual cruelty in Whitmore's tone, but he remained silent as the group settled into the surrounding chairs, like carrion birds gathering around their feast. "The betting book has been quite active," Ravenshollow observed with his usual sardonic smile. "Half the club is wagering on whether Miss Talbot will retreat to the countryside in shame or attempt to brazen it out in society. I've put my money on retreat. The girl may have learned to dress well, but she lacks the backbone for a real scandal." "Perhaps," agreed Lord Pemberton, lighting a cigar with deliberate ceremony. "Though I confess, I'm rather disappointed the entertainment is over. Your little experiment provided such delightful diversion, Ashbourne. When shall we see the fruits of your victory? The £5,000 could fund quite the celebration." Alexander set his brandy glass down with carefully controlled precision, the crystal ringing against the mahogany table like a funeral bell. Around him, his companions continued their jovial discussion of Eleanor's humiliation and his own triumph, their voices blending into a cacophony of privileged callousness that made his stomach turn. "There will be no celebration," Alexander said quietly, his words cutting through their laughter like a blade. The conversation faltered, and Whitmore turned to him with a puzzled expression. "I beg your pardon?" "I said there will be no celebration." Alexander rose from his chair, feeling the weight of their attention like a physical burden. "The wager was a mistake. A cruel, thoughtless mistake that I deeply regret. I want no part of the winnings, and I want no further association with any man who finds entertainment in the deliberate humiliation of an innocent woman." The silence that followed his declaration was deafening. Ravenshollow's eyebrows rose with something that might have been surprise or amusement, while Whitmore's face darkened with obvious displeasure. "Really, Ashbourne," Pemberton said with forced lightness, "you're being rather dramatic about a simple wager. It's not as if the girl was harmed by the experience. If anything, you've done her a considerable service by elevating her social standing." "A service?" Alexander's voice carried a note of steel that made several nearby members glance up from their newspapers. I made her the object of a bet, reduced her worth to a monetary sum, and deceived her about my motivations for months. In what universe does that constitute a service? In the universe where a nobody becomes a somebody through the generosity of her betters, Ravenshollow replied coolly. Miss Talbot received an education in deportment that would have cost her family thousands of pounds, gained access to the finest society events, and attracted the attention of several eligible suitors. She profited handsomely from our little game. She profited. Alexander stepped closer to his former friend, his hands clenched at his sides. She was betrayed by someone she trusted, humiliated in front of London's elite, and made to question everything she had accomplished through her own merit. If you call that profit, then you have even less understanding of human decency than I credited you with. Whitmore rose from his chair with obvious agitation. See here, Ashbourne. You were as eager as any of us to prove your point about transformation and social mobility. Don't pretend to moral superiority now simply because the girl's dramatic reaction has given you second thoughts. You're right, Alexander said quietly. I was eager to prove my point. I was arrogant enough to believe that I could shape another human being to my will, that Eleanor's worth could be measured by society's acceptance. I was wrong about all of it. Eleanor, is it? Ravenshallow's voice carried a note of malicious amusement. How touching. Tell me, has your conscience awakened only now? Or have you perhaps developed a more personal interest in the outcome of your experiment? Alexander felt something dangerous stir in his chest at the implication in Ravenshallow's tone. Miss Talbot's name will not be spoken with anything less than complete respect in my presence. Is that understood? The threat in his voice was unmistakable, and Ravenshollow had the wisdom to nod his agreement. But the damage was done. Alexander could see the speculation in their eyes, the dawning understanding in that his defence of Eleanor went far beyond mere gentlemanly courtesy. I see, Whitmore said with slow comprehension. The hunter has been caught by his own snare. How perfectly poetic. Believe what you will, Alexander replied with quiet dignity. But know this, the wager is void, the winnings forfeit. And any man who continues to speak of Miss Talbot as if she were a commodity, rather than a lady of quality, will answer to me personally. With that he turned and walked away, leaving behind the world of casual cruelty and privileged indifference that had once seemed so natural to him. The murmurs and speculation that followed his exit meant nothing compared to the weight that had lifted from his shoulders. The burden of living a lie that had grown unbearable. Meanwhile, across London in the quiet sanctuary of the Talbot family library, Eleanor sat surrounded by volumes of natural philosophy and astronomical treatises. Her latest project spread across the mahogany desk like a map of unexplored territory. She had thrown herself into her scholarly pursuits with renewed vigour, finding in the predictable laws of science a comfort that human relationships had failed to provide. The manuscript before her, a comprehensive analysis of stellar classification that she intended to submit anonymously to the Royal Astronomical Society, represented everything she had once dreamed of achieving. But even as she refined her calculations and polished her prose, Eleanor found herself struggling against the persistent ache in her chest that no amount of intellectual accomplishment seemed able to heal. Miss Eleanor! Sarah's voice from the doorway interrupted her thoughts. Lady Pemberton has called, and she's brought someone with her. A Miss Charlotte Whitmore, Lord Whitmore's sister. Eleanor looked up from her papers with surprise. Charlotte Whitmore was known throughout society for her progressive views on women's education and her work with charitable institutions. Her visit was unexpected, but not unwelcome. "Please show them in," Eleanor said, hastily gathering her papers to make room for proper conversation. Lady Pemberton entered with her usual bustling energy, followed by a tall, elegant woman whose intelligent brown eyes and direct manner immediately put Eleanor at ease. "My dear Eleanor," Lady Pemberton began, settling herself in a chair with obvious satisfaction, "I've brought Miss Whitmore to meet you because I believe you two share certain intellectual affinities. Charlotte, this is the remarkable young woman I was telling you about." Charlotte Whitmore studied Eleanor with frank assessment before offering a warm smile. "Miss Talbot, I've been most eager to make your acquaintance. Your reputation for scholarship has reached even my modest circles." Eleanor felt a flush of genuine pleasure at the compliment. "You're very kind, Miss Whitmore. I understand you're involved in educational reform." "Among other pursuits," Charlotte replied, taking the seat Eleanor offered. "I've been working to establish a school for girls where they might receive instruction in mathematics and natural philosophy alongside the more traditional feminine accomplishments. It's a radical notion, perhaps, but I believe young women possess the same capacity for learning as their male counterparts." The conversation that followed was the first truly stimulating intellectual exchange Eleanor had enjoyed since her break with Alexander. Charlotte proved to be well versed in scientific matters and passionately committed to expanding educational opportunities for women. As they discussed everything from botanical classification to the moral implications of limiting female education, Eleanor felt something inside her begin to unfurl, a recognition of her own worth that existed independently of any social transformation. "You know," Charlotte said as their visit drew to a close, "I've been searching for someone to help develop our scientific curriculum, someone with both the knowledge and the passion to inspire young minds. Would you consider joining our endeavor?" Eleanor felt her heart leap at the unexpected opportunity. "I would be honored, Miss Whitmore, though I should warn you that my recent social visibility might prove problematic for your institution." Charlotte's expression softened with understanding. "My dear Miss Talbot, any institution that would reject your contributions based on society gossip is not worthy of your talents. What matters is not what the gossips say about your transformation, but what you choose to do with the knowledge and strength you possess." After her visitors departed, Eleanor remained in the library, staring thoughtfully at the manuscript that had consumed her attention for weeks. Charlotte's words echoed in her mind, forcing her to confront a truth she had been avoiding. Her worth had never depended on society's acceptance or Alexander's approval. She had always possessed the intelligence, courage, and integrity that defined her true character. But even as she acknowledged this truth, Eleanor could not deny the persistent ache in her chest when she thought of Alexander. Despite everything, the deception, the wager, the public humiliation, she could not simply excise her feelings for him like a tumor to be removed. The man who had deceived her was also the man who had seen her potential, who had encouraged her transformation, who had looked at her with what she had believed was genuine admiration and affection. The sound of a delivery interrupted her melancholy reflections. Sarah appeared in the doorway with a carefully wrapped package and an expression of barely contained curiosity. "This arrived for you, Miss Eleanor. No card, but the gentleman who delivered it said it was of particular importance." Eleanor accepted the package with trembling fingers, recognizing something familiar in its weight and dimensions. When she removed the silk wrapping, her breath caught in her throat. Before her lay a first edition of Caroline Herschel's astronomical observations, bound in finest Morocco leather and accompanied by a brass astrolabe of exquisite craftsmanship. The book fell open to reveal an inscription in Alexander's familiar handwriting, for a woman whose light needs no reflection to shine brilliantly. Eleanor traced the words with one finger, feeling the careful formation of each letter as if it were a caress. This was not the sort of gift a man sent to assuage his conscience or curry favor. This was a gesture of understanding, an acknowledgement of who she truly was beneath all the silk gowns and social accomplishments. But was it enough? Could a single gesture, however thoughtful, erase months of deception and the pain of public betrayal? Eleanor closed the book and held it against her chest, feeling the steady rhythm of her heartbeat against the leather binding. For the first time since that devastating evening at the Marlborough ball, she allowed herself to wonder, what if Alexander's regret was genuine? What if the man who had fallen in love with her was real, despite the false circumstances of their meeting? The questions haunted her for days, coloring every interaction and disturbing her sleep with dreams of dark eyes and whispered apologies. It was therefore with a mixture of anticipation and dread that Eleanor accepted an invitation to view the Natural History collection at the British Museum, an exhibition she knew would likely attract London's more intellectual society members. She dressed carefully for the occasion, choosing a morning dress of deep green silk that complemented her colouring without being ostentatious. As she moved through the museum's marble corridors, Eleanor was gratified to find herself greeted with genuine warmth by several acquaintances who seemed to value her intellect over any social gossip. But it was while examining a particularly fine display of mineral specimens that she became aware of a familiar presence nearby. Alexander stood before a case containing astronomical instruments, his profile etched with the kind of concentration Eleanor remembered from their lessons together. He appeared thinner than she recalled, and there was something in his bearing that spoke of genuine humility rather than ducal arrogance. Their eyes met across the space between the display cases, and Eleanor felt her heart skip in a rhythm that had nothing to do with surprise. For a moment, neither moved nor spoke, the weight of unspoken words hanging between them like a physical barrier. "Miss Talbot," Alexander said finally, his voice carefully modulated to carry no more than the polite acknowledgement appropriate to their public setting. "Your Grace," Eleanor replied with equal formality, though she could not quite steady the slight tremor in her voice. They stood in awkward silence for several moments, the familiar ease of their former relationship replaced by the careful courtesy of near strangers. Around them, other visitors continued their explorations, unaware of the drama playing out in whispered civilities. "I trust you are well?" Alexander asked, his dark eyes searching her face as if looking for signs of lasting damage from their catastrophic parting. "Quite well, thank you," Eleanor replied, though the conventional words felt inadequate to express the complex reality of her emotional state. "And yourself?" "Well enough." Alexander hesitated, then seemed to gather his resolve. "Eleanor, Miss Talbot, I want you to know that I have left London. I'm returning to my estate indefinitely. I thought you should know that you need not concern yourself with awkward encounters." The announcement hit Eleanor with unexpected force. Part of her had been dreading the possibility of seeing him at every social function. But another part, a part she barely dared acknowledge, had been hoping for exactly such an encounter. "That's very considerate," she managed, though the words felt like shards of glass in her throat. "It's the least I can do," Alexander replied quietly. "Eleanor, I know I have no right to ask anything of you, but I hope that someday you might be able to remember our time together with something other than complete disgust." Eleanor studied his face, noting the lines of genuine remorse that had not been there during their earlier acquaintance. This was not the arrogant Duke who had proposed to transform her for his own amusement, but a man who appeared to be grappling with the consequences of his actions. "I could never regard our entire association with disgust," she said carefully. "Whatever your initial motivations, I learned things about myself that I might never have discovered otherwise. I suppose I should thank you for that, at least." Alexander's expression shifted, and for a moment, Eleanor caught a glimpse of something that might have been hope. But, before either could say more, the approach of other visitors forced them to resume their careful examination of the displays, the moment of potential intimacy lost to the demands of propriety. They parted without further conversation, but Eleanor found herself unable to concentrate on the remaining exhibits. Alexander's words echoed in her mind, particularly his mention of leaving London. The knowledge that he would soon be gone forever left her feeling strangely bereft, as if some essential possibility was slipping away beyond her grasp. That evening, Eleanor found herself in her sister Margaret's sitting room, seeking the comfort of family conversation to ease her troubled thoughts. Margaret, ever perceptive, immediately noticed her distraction. "You've seen him, haven't you?" Margaret asked, without preamble, setting aside her embroidery to focus her full attention on Eleanor's troubled expression. "Who?" Eleanor asked, though they both knew the question was merely a delaying tactic. "The Duke, of course. You have that particular look you get when you're trying to convince yourself you don't care about something that clearly matters to you enormously." Eleanor sank into the chair beside her sister, feeling the weight of weeks of suppressed emotion pressing against her carefully maintained composure. "He's leaving London, returning to his estate indefinitely." "And how do you feel about that?" Eleanor was quiet for a long moment, struggling to find words for the tangle of emotions that had plagued her since their brief encounter at the museum. "I don't know," she admitted finally. "Part of me is relieved. It means I won't have to endure awkward social encounters or speculation about our association. But part of me feels as though something important is ending before it ever had a chance to truly begin." Margaret reached for her sister's hand, offering the physical comfort of family affection. "Ellie, you know I supported you when you walked away from him at the Marlborough Ball. What he did was unconscionable, and you had every right to your anger. But I've watched you these past weeks, and I can see that anger isn't the only thing you're feeling." "Of course it isn't," Eleanor said with a bitter laugh. "It would be so much simpler if I could just hate him completely. But despite everything, the wager, the deception, the public humiliation, I can't seem to excise my feelings for him entirely." "Because you fell in love with the man beneath the Duke's mask," Margaret observed with characteristic insight. "The question is, was that man real, or was he simply another part of the performance?" Eleanor considered her sister's words, thinking of the countless hours she and Alexander had spent together. The conversations that had ranged from the scholarly to the deeply personal, the moments when his guard had dropped entirely, and she had glimpsed something vulnerable and genuine beneath his polished exterior. "I think he was real," she said quietly. "At least parts of him were. But how can I trust my own judgment when everything began with such elaborate deception?" "Perhaps," Margaret said gently, "the question isn't whether you can trust your past judgment, but whether you can trust what you see now. People change, Ellie. Sometimes circumstances force us to confront our own shortcomings and choose to become better than we were." Eleanor pondered her sister's words as she prepared for bed that evening, staring at her reflection in the dressing table mirror with new eyes. The woman looking back at her was no longer the shy scholar who had hidden in corners, nor was she simply the polished lady Alexander had helped create. She was something new, a synthesis of intelligence and confidence, strength and vulnerability, independence and the capacity for love. "I was always enough," she whispered to her reflection, remembering Charlotte Whitmore's words about her worth existing independently of society's approval. "I just forgot to believe it." The realization should have brought peace, but Eleanor found herself more conflicted than ever. If she had always been enough, then what did that mean for her feelings toward Alexander? Could she forgive someone who had initially failed to see her worth, even if he had come to recognize it later? And more importantly, could she trust him not to hurt her again? The questions followed her into sleep and colored her dreams with images of dark eyes and whispered apologies, of hands that had guided her through dance steps, and a voice that had praised her intelligence even as it concealed devastating secrets. Meanwhile, across London, Alexander sat in his study, surrounded by packed trunks and the detritus of a life he was determined to leave behind. The signet ring that had sparked the original wager lay before him on the desk, its gold surface gleaming in the lamplight like an accusation. His conversation with Eleanor at the museum had confirmed what he had already suspected. She was lost to him forever, transformed by his own actions into someone who could never trust him again. The knowledge sat in his chest like a physical weight, making each breath an effort and each moment a reminder of what his arrogance had cost them both. A knock at the door interrupted his melancholy reflections. His butler appeared with the announcement that Lord Pemberton's nephew, James, had called and requested a private audience. James Pemberton was a young man of principle and intelligence, someone Alexander had always respected, despite their different social circles. He entered the study with obvious reluctance, his usually easy manner replaced by something approaching formality. "Ashbourne," James said without preamble. "I've come to ask you about Miss Talbot." Alexander felt his jaw tighten at the mention of Eleanor's name. "What about Miss Talbot?" "I want to know if you have any intention of pursuing her further," James replied with characteristic directness. "Because if you don't, if you're truly washing your hands over the entire affair, then I intend to court her myself." The words hit Alexander like a physical blow, though he managed to keep his expression neutral. "I see." "She's a remarkable woman," James continued, his voice warming with obvious admiration. "Intelligent, principled, genuinely kind. Everything a man could want in a wife. I know there was some sort of arrangement between you two, but if that's over..." "It is," Alexander said quietly, though the words felt like a death sentence. "Miss Talbot is free to accept the attentions of any gentleman she chooses. James studied his face with shrewd perception. "You're in love with her?" It was not a question, and Alexander saw no point in denying what must be obvious to anyone with eyes. "Yes, but love without trust is merely sentiment, and I destroyed any possibility of trust through my own stupidity." "Have you tried to earn it back?" Alexander laughed bitterly. "How does one earn back something so fundamentally broken? I made her the object of a wager, James. I reduced her worth to a monetary sum and deceived her for months about my motivations. There is no gesture grand enough to undo that betrayal." "Perhaps not," James agreed. "But there might be a way to prove that you've learned from your mistakes, that you're not the same man who made that wager." Alexander looked up at him with something that might have been hope. "What do you mean?" "I mean that actions speak louder than apologies," James replied. "If you truly love her, if you want her happiness more than your own satisfaction, then perhaps there's still a way to prove it." As James departed, leaving Alexander alone with his thoughts and the growing conviction that his friend might be right, neither man could have known that their conversation was about to become irrelevant in the face of events that would force both Eleanor and Alexander to confront their feelings in the most public way possible. The scandal that had simmered beneath the surface of polite conversation was about to explode into the open. And when it did, both Eleanor and Alexander would discover that sometimes the only way forward is through the fire that threatens to consume everything they thought they knew about love, honor, and the courage required to seize happiness when it finally comes within reach. "He gave up the wager," Eleanor whispered to herself that night, holding Caroline Herschel's book against her chest like a talisman. "But can I give him my heart?" And across the city, as Alexander stared at the ring that had started it all, he made a vow that would change everything. "I won't ask her to forgive me, but I'll earn the right to try." The game was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning. Chapter 12. Love Wins. The invitation to the Countess of Devon's grand closing ball lay on Eleanor's writing desk like a challenge, written in gold leaf and elegant calligraphy. It was the final event of the London season, the glittering crescendo that would determine who had triumphed and who had merely survived the months of social warfare. For 3 days, Eleanor had stared at the cream-coloured card, weighing her options with the careful precision of a natural philosopher examining a particularly complex equation. She could remain at home, pleading fatigue or indisposition. Society would understand. Indeed, many would expect such retreat from a woman who had suffered public humiliation. The safe choice, the expected choice, the choice that would allow her to preserve what remained of her dignity. Or she could attend. Eleanor rose from her chair and moved to the window, gazing out at the London street where carriages rattled past in the afternoon sunshine. Somewhere in this vast city, Alexander was preparing for his departure to the countryside, removing himself from the world they had shared with what she had to admit was admirable restraint. He had kept his word about avoiding social encounters, and Eleanor had not seen him since their brief meeting at the British Museum. But his absence from her daily life had not diminished his presence in her thoughts. The astronomical treatise he had sent sat on her bookshelf, a constant reminder of the man who had seen past her social transformation to the scholar beneath. More troubling still was the growing conviction that she had witnessed something genuine in his expression during their museum encounter, a vulnerability that spoke of real remorse rather than mere embarrassment at being caught in his deception. "Miss Eleanor," Margaret's voice from the doorway interrupted her contemplation. "Have you decided about tonight?" Eleanor turned to face her sister, noting the concern in Margaret's dark eyes. "I believe I have. And?" Eleanor lifted her chin with the same determination that had once driven her to defend unpopular scientific theories against masculine skepticism. "I will not run from this world, Margaret. Not for shame, not for love, not for any reason. If I am to leave London society, it will be my choice, made for my own reasons, not because I have been driven away by gossip or speculation." Margaret's face broke into a smile of genuine admiration. "Then we must select the perfect gown for your return to the battlefield." An hour later, Eleanor stood before her looking-glass as Sarah made final adjustments to a creation that was unmistakably her own vision rather than society's expectation. The gown was deep sapphire silk that seemed to capture starlight in its folds, its classical lines emphasizing Eleanor's natural grace without attempting to transform her into something she was not. The bodice was embroidered with silver constellations, not the fashionable florals or classical motifs favored by other ladies, but the actual patterns of stars that had comforted her since childhood. Around her throat she wore not diamonds or emeralds, but a simple pendant containing a small piece of meteorite. A gift from her father that had always reminded her of the vast universe beyond society's narrow confines. Her hair was dressed simply, allowing its natural waves to frame her face, and her only other ornament was a pair of silver earrings shaped like crescent moons. "Perfect," Margaret declared from her position near the window. "You look like exactly what you are. A woman of intelligence and substance who happens to be beautiful, rather than a beautiful woman attempting to appear intelligent." Eleanor smiled at her sister's observation, feeling something settle into place in her chest. This was who she was. Eleanor Talbot, scholar and lady, wallflower and belle. A woman who had learned that transformation meant becoming more fully herself, rather than someone else entirely. "Are you ready?" Margaret asked gently. Eleanor took one last look at her reflection, seeing not the shy girl who had once hidden in corners, or the perfectly polished lady Alexander had helped create, but a synthesis of both. A woman strong enough to face whatever the evening might bring. "Yes," she said quietly. "I believe I am." Meanwhile, in the library of Ashbourne House, Alexander sat surrounded by packed trunks and the remnants of a life he was determined to leave behind. His departure for the countryside had been delayed by estate business, but he planned to quit London within the week, removing himself permanently from the social world where every gathering reminded him of what he had lost. The evening newspaper lay folded beside his chair, its society page no doubt filled with speculation about who would attend the Devon ball and what dramas might unfold. Alexander had deliberately avoided reading such gossip, but the knowledge that Eleanor might be there might once again move through those glittering rooms with the grace he had helped her discover, filled him with a longing so acute it was almost physical pain. A knock at the door interrupted his brooding. His butler entered with the announcement that James Pemberton had called and requested an urgent audience. James entered the library with his usual direct manner, but Alexander noticed an unusual intensity in his expression that spoke of serious purpose. "Ashbourne," James said without preamble. "I've come to tell you that you're a damned fool." Alexander raised an eyebrow at his friend's bluntness. "I beg your pardon?" "You heard me correctly. You're a fool if you let her go without fighting for her." "James, we've discussed this." "No, we haven't. Not really. James moved to the window, gazing out at the street with obvious agitation. You've wallowed in guilt and self-recrimination, convinced yourself that you don't deserve forgiveness, and decided to retreat to the countryside like some Gothic hero nursing his wounds in noble isolation. Alexander felt his jaw tighten at the assessment. I deceived her, made her the object of a wager, betrayed her trust in the most fundamental way possible. What forgiveness could I possibly deserve? That's not for you to decide, James replied sharply. That's her choice to make. But she can't make it if you disappear without giving her the opportunity. I won't subject her to further humiliation. Whose humiliation? James interrupted. Hers or yours? Because from where I stand, it looks like you're more concerned with avoiding your own discomfort than with her happiness. The accusation hit his mark, and Alexander felt something shift in his chest. A recognition that James might be right about his motivations. What would you have me do? Appear at every social function, forcing her to endure my presence? I would have you tell her the truth. All of it. Not just the wager, but what happened after. How you fell in love with her. How she changed you. How you would rather live without a title than without her. Alexander stared at his friend, feeling the careful walls he had built around his heart beginning to crack. And if she rejects me? If my honesty only causes her more pain? Then at least she'll have all the information she needs to make her choice, James replied. But Ashbourne, Alexander, you'll never forgive yourself if you don't try. And more importantly, she deserves to know that someone sees her worth, even if she chooses not to accept his love. After James departed, Alexander sat in the gathering dusk, his friend's words echoing in his mind with uncomfortable truth. He had been so focused on his own guilt, his own unworthiness, that he had perhaps overlooked Eleanor's right to make her own decisions about their future. The Countess of Devon's ball would be ending within hours. If he was going to act on James's advice, it had to be now. Alexander rose from his chair with sudden decision, calling for his valet and his evening clothes. If he was going to bare his soul before London society, he would do it properly. An hour later, Eleanor stood at the entrance to the Devon ballroom, her hand resting lightly on the marble balustrade as she surveyed the scene below. The ballroom was magnificent, a symphony of gold and crystal that blazed with the light of countless candles. The finest of London society moved across the polished floor in patterns as complex as any astronomical calculation, their silk gowns and jewelled orders creating a kaleidoscope of colour and movement. Miss Eleanor Talbot, the major domo announced, his voice carrying across the ballroom with ceremonial gravity. Eleanor began her descent of the grand staircase, conscious of the attention her entrance commanded, but no longer intimidated by it. Conversations paused as heads turned to observe her progress, but she moved through their scrutiny with the quiet confidence of a woman who had nothing left to prove. Magnificent, she heard someone murmur, and realized with surprise that the comment held no hint of malice or condescension, only genuine admiration. As she reached the ballroom floor, Eleanor was immediately surrounded by familiar faces, acquaintances who greeted her with warmth that seemed entirely sincere. Charlotte Whitmore appeared at her side with obvious pleasure, drawing her into a group that included several progressive thinkers and scholarly ladies. "Miss Talbot," Charlotte said with genuine delight. "How wonderful that you've decided to grace us with your presence. I was just telling Lady Thornfield about your work with our educational initiative." Eleanor found herself engaged in the kind of intellectual conversation she had once thought impossible in ballroom settings. These were people who valued her mind as much as her appearance, who saw her as a complete person rather than simply society's latest curiosity. But even as she spoke of educational reform and scientific advancement, Eleanor remained aware of every entrance, every movement of the crowd, searching for a familiar figure that she both hoped and feared to see. It was nearly midnight when the ballroom doors opened one final time, and Alexander entered with the kind of quiet determination that commanded attention without demanding it. He was dressed in formal black evening clothes that emphasized his tall frame and dark coloring. But Eleanor noticed immediately that something fundamental had changed about his bearing. Gone was the easy confidence of the notorious Duke, replaced by something that looked remarkably like vulnerability. Their eyes met across the crowded ballroom, and Eleanor felt her breath catch at the intensity of his gaze. He looked at her as if she were the only person in the room, as if the intervening weeks of separation had only intensified whatever he felt for her. Alexander began moving through the crowd with obvious purpose, but before he could reach her, something extraordinary happened. He paused in the center of the ballroom and raised his hand for attention. The orchestra fell silent. Conversation ceased. Every eye in the room turned to the Duke of Ashbourne as he stood alone beneath the crystal chandeliers, his face a mask of determined honesty. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice carrying clearly through the sudden hush, "I have something to say that cannot wait for private conversation or careful social timing." Eleanor felt her heart begin to race as she realized what he intended to do. Around her, the crowd stirred with anticipation and curiosity. This was clearly not a planned entertainment, but something far more dangerous and real. "Several months ago," Alexander continued, his gaze fixed on Eleanor's face, "I engaged in a wager with several gentlemen of my acquaintance. The terms were simple. I would undertake to transform a wallflower of society into a diamond of the first water, proving that breeding and beauty could be taught rather than inherited." A collective gasp rose from the assembled guests. Eleanor felt the weight of hundreds of eyes upon her, but she kept her own gaze steady on Alexander's face. Her chin lifted with quiet dignity. "The lady I chose for this transformation was Miss Eleanor Talbot," Alexander said, his voice growing stronger with each word. "I selected her not because she lacked beauty or grace, though I was too blind to see either at the time, but because I arrogantly believed I could shape another human being to my will." The crowd stirred uneasily, clearly uncertain how to react to such unprecedented honesty. Eleanor remained motionless, waiting to hear what else he would say. "What I discovered," Alexander continued, his eyes never leaving Eleanor's face, "was that Miss Talbot required no transformation whatsoever. She was already everything I claimed to be teaching her: intelligent, graceful, principled, beautiful in ways that had nothing to do with silk gowns or social accomplishments. The wager brought me to her, but it is her mind, her heart, her soul that broke me open and made me whole." Eleanor felt tears prick at her eyes, moved despite herself by the raw honesty in his voice. This was not the polished charm she remembered from their early acquaintance, but something far more vulnerable and real. "I know I have no right to ask anything of Miss Talbot," Alexander said, his voice dropping to a tone that nevertheless carried throughout the silent ballroom. "I deceived her, betrayed her trust, made her the object of a cruel game. But I want everyone in this room to know that Eleanor Talbot is the finest woman I have ever known, and any man who wins her heart will be blessed beyond measure." The silence that followed his declaration was deafening. Eleanor was aware of shocked faces, of whispered speculations, of the kind of social earthquake that would be discussed for years to come. But all of her attention was focused on Alexander, on the man who had just publicly humiliated himself for the sake of honesty. Then, from somewhere in the crowd, came the sound of slow, deliberate applause. Eleanor turned to see the Dowager Countess of Westbrook, clapping with obvious approval, her sharp eyes bright with what might have been tears. "About time someone told the truth in a ballroom," the elderly woman declared loudly enough for half the room to hear. "Most refreshing." Her endorsement seemed to break the spell that had held the crowd motionless. Other guests began to applaud, some nodding approvingly, others whispering among themselves with expressions that suggested Alexander's honesty had impressed them more than shocked them. But Eleanor barely noticed the crowd's reaction. Her entire attention was focused on Alexander, who had stepped forward and was now extending his hand toward her. Not demanding or assuming, but asking with the kind of humility she had never seen from him before. The ballroom seemed to hold its breath as Eleanor considered her response. She was acutely aware that her next words would define not just their future, but the story that would be told about this evening for years to come. She stepped forward, close enough to speak quietly, but still be heard by those nearest to them. "You betrayed my trust," she said, her voice steady, despite the emotion that threatened to overwhelm her. "You made me question everything I had accomplished, everything I believed about my own worth." Alexander's face went pale, but he did not retreat or attempt to defend himself. "But," Eleanor continued, her voice growing stronger, "you also challenged me to become more than I ever imagined possible. You saw potential in me that I had forgotten I possessed. And despite the deception that brought us together, I believe the man who fell in love with me was real." She paused, looking directly into his dark eyes, seeing her own reflection there, along with something that might have been hope. "I still love you," she said simply, the words carrying across the hushed ballroom like a benediction. "But love must be a choice, not a prize to be won or a debt to be paid. If you want my heart, it must be given freely, as an equal to an equal." Alexander's expression transformed, years of arrogance and privilege falling away to reveal something genuine and vulnerable beneath. "That's all I want," he said quietly. "A chance to love you as you deserve to be loved. Honestly, completely, as the remarkable woman you are." Eleanor smiled then, feeling the last of her defenses crumble in the face of such transparent sincerity. She placed her hand in his, not as a rescued wallflower accepting salvation, but as a woman choosing love on her own terms. "Then ask me to dance," she said. "And this time, let it be as ourselves. No masks, no performances, no pretense." The orchestra, perhaps sensing the dramatic moment, struck up a waltz without being asked. Alexander led Eleanor onto the floor, and as they began the familiar steps, the rest of the ballroom seemed to fade into insignificance. This was not the careful dance of teacher and pupil they had once shared, nor the formal politeness of society acquaintances. This was something entirely new, a conversation conducted in movement, a declaration of love expressed through touch and proximity, and the perfect synchronization of two hearts finally beating in harmony. Around them, other couples gradually joined the dance, But Eleanor was conscious only of Alexander's hand at her waist, the warmth of his fingers intertwined with hers, the way he looked at her as if she were the most precious thing in his world. "I never thanked you," she said softly, as they moved through a turn. "For what? For helping me find my courage. Not the courage to navigate society. I had that already. The courage to believe I deserved to be seen." Alexander's expression grew tender. "You always deserve that, Eleanor. I just wish I had been wise enough to see it from the beginning." "We both had growing to do," Eleanor replied with gentle honesty. "I needed to learn that my worth didn't depend on society's approval, and you needed to learn that titles and wealth mean nothing without integrity." As the music concluded, they found themselves at the edge of the dance floor, suddenly aware once again of the watching crowd. But the atmosphere had shifted. What had begun as potential scandal had transformed into something that looked remarkably like celebration. Even Lavinia Fairfax, Eleanor noticed with surprise, was applauding with what appeared to be genuine grace, though her smile held a note of rueful acknowledgement that her own game had been thoroughly lost. "Shall we take some air?" Alexander suggested, offering Eleanor his arm with the same careful courtesy he might have shown a duchess. They made their way through the French doors onto the terrace, where the cool night air provided blessed relief from the emotional intensity of the ballroom. London spread out before them in a tapestry of lights and shadows, the city that had witnessed their transformation glittering beneath a canopy of stars. "Eleanor," Alexander said quietly, "I want you to know that I don't expect anything from you. No promises, no commitments beyond what you freely choose to give. I've learned that love cannot be compelled or earned through grand gestures. It can only be offered and hoped for." Eleanor turned to face him fully, studying the face that had become so dear to her, despite all the pain that lay between them. "What are you offering me, Alexander?" "A future built on honesty," he replied without hesitation. "A partnership of equals. The chance to build something real together, whether that's in ballrooms or libraries, London or the countryside, wherever our shared interests and mutual respect might lead us. And if I choose differently, if I decide that too much damage has been done for us to move forward together—" Alexander's smile was tinged with sadness but free of desperation. "Then I'll wish you every happiness and spend the rest of my life being grateful that I had the privilege of knowing you at all." Eleanor felt her heart swell with an emotion that was part love, part admiration, and part recognition that this was the man she had glimpsed beneath the Duke's polished exterior. Someone capable of genuine selflessness and profound change. "I choose you," she said simply. "Not because you transformed me, but because you allowed me to transform myself. Not because you can give me a title or social position, but because you see me as I truly am, and love me for it." Alexander's response was to take her hands in both of his, raising them to his lips with reverence that spoke louder than any declaration of love. "I promise you," he said against her fingers, "that I will spend every day earning the trust you're willing to give me, that I will never again mistake your worth for anything less than infinite." Eleanor smiled, feeling the last shadows of doubt fade away in the face of such transparent sincerity. "Then, perhaps," she said, with the hint of mischief that had always delighted him, "you should kiss me properly, Your Grace. After all, we have an audience to satisfy." Alexander glanced back toward the ballroom, where indeed several curious faces were pressed against the windows. watching their drama unfold with avid interest. "Let them whisper," Eleanor said with a laugh that bubbled up from some wellspring of pure joy. "I much prefer being talked about for the right reasons." "And what?" Alexander asked softly, drawing her closer. "Would those be?" "For being loved," Eleanor replied, "by a man who sees exactly who I am and chooses me anyway." Alexander's kiss was gentle and thorough, a promise and a benediction and a new beginning all at once. When they finally parted, both were breathless and laughing, giddy, with the relief of finally being honest with each other and themselves. "So," Eleanor said, as they stood together beneath the stars that had always been her solace, "what happens now?" "Now," Alexander replied, his arm encircling her waist as if he never intended to let her go. "We write our own story, one where the wallflower and the Duke discover that the greatest transformation of all is learning to love without conditions, to trust without reservations, and to build a life together based on truth rather than pretense." Eleanor leaned into his embrace, feeling more at home than she ever had in any ballroom or library. "I think," she said contentedly, "that sounds like exactly the kind of story I'd like to live." And as London sparkled beneath them, and the music from the ballroom drifted out on the night air, Eleanor Talbot and Alexander Pemberton, Duke of Ashbourne, began the most important chapter of their lives. One written not in society columns or wager books, but in the honest language of two hearts that had finally found their way home to each other. The season would end, as all seasons do, but their love story was just beginning. And if the Tun chose to whisper about the bluestocking who captured a duke's heart, or the notorious rake who found redemption in a scholar's arms, they could whisper all they liked. After all, the very best love stories were always worth talking about.